Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Lords, where it's the fourth round of the County Championship. Division 1, Middlesex have won the toss and elected to field first against Kent. I'm Kevin Hand, Danny Warren, head of cricket for Sunrisers, alongside me for the first session here. And Danny, well, first of all, the weather's good. That was the talk at the end of the Nottinghamshire game, was heavy overhead clouds. Would they get there through to the end? They did. A fantastic win for Middlesex. Kent, on the other hand, a heavily rain-affected draw for them, or a high-scoring draw anyway, but interruptions as well. So contrasting fortunes of early season cricket, but certainly here at Lords, Middlesex coming out on top of an absolute stormer.
Yeah, and thank you for inviting me on this morning. But I suppose weather's been the main subject for the last few weeks, hasn't it? You must have known it's the cricket season, and I think I heard on the radio that if we do reach 20 degrees, that is, this weekend, it'll be the latest date since 1986 that we've hit 20. So the cricketers are earning their stripes out there with the layers on.
So let's have a look at those teams to start with. Middlesex with one very big change indeed, and that's the captain. Roland Jones is rested, rotated out for this one. So Stephen Eskenazi picks up the captaincy. It means that man's back in. Ethan Bamber in the foreground replaced him for the last game, or 2 games ago at Northamptonshire, and kept the place. Tim Murtagh, the player coach for Middlesex. So he comes back in for Toby Roland Jones. Tom Helm is in for Martin Anderson. Helm, who's been bowling beautifully, understands, in the nets last week, looking good, so he's given his chance again. So Middlesex line up with Robson, Stone, Milan, Eskenazi and Holden, an unchanged top 5. Now, no surprise there, struggles at the start of the season, but that win with the bat in the last game. Simpson at 6, Ryan Higgins at 7, then Luke Holman at 8. That's a pretty settled top 8 at the moment. Tom Helm, Ethan Bamber and Tim Murtagh. As for Kent, plenty of changes in the bowling lineup for them as well. Ben Compton, Zach Crawley, Daniel Bell-Drummond, Jack Leaning, Jordan Cox, Sam Billings. No massive surprises for them at the top of the order. But Joey Everson, Grant Stewart, Matthew Quinn, Wes Agar and Michael Hogan. No Conor McCurr, he's gone back to Surrey, had been on loan at Kent, but he's gone back. So change up for them in the bowling lineup. But first of all, let's focus on this first ball. 3 slips in a gully, points, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Tim Murtagh with the ball in hand at the nursery end. There's that field for the start of it. Compton and Crawley, well, Compton in particular, full of runs, a couple of centuries and a half century already. A stunning season last year, which grabbed the attention. Talk of him going straight through to the England side. Maybe a little premature on that front. But here he is at Lords, below the Edgeridge, I have to point out, which is where Murtagh's bowling from. The pitch to the left of centre, as you can see from the pavilion end. Here's the first ball of the match. Murtagh back in the side. And back on the spot straight away. Right up there on the off stump. That's where they'll expect it to be this morning. So Murtagh, played the first game here against Essex, picked up a 4-for in the second innings, so perhaps a little unlucky to be dropped for the game at Wantage Road. But Ethan Bamber bowled beautifully there, and he bowled beautifully once again against Nottinghamshire. So he keeps his place, but Roland Jones with that slight a rotation, a rest and rotation after 3 games to start the season. So big moment for Murtagh back in the side. Which is strange to say of a man who's heading towards 1,000 wickets for Middlesex, but Murtagh is back. But yeah, Danny, it was a stunning start to the season. A stunning finish to that last match against Nottinghamshire for Middlesex, and it feels like it was only yesterday, 3 days ago now, where Middlesex were hitting those winning runs, and all of a sudden straight back into it. Back-to-back home games, that probably helps as well after back-to-back defeats to start the season. Edged, so there's the first runs. No deep third in place, up towards the Warner it goes, so it's going to lose place, and that one pops over the boundary rope, and they're away with the boundary.
It feels like cricket just keeps coming, doesn't it? At the moment, you finish on a Sunday, and you're back out here on a Thursday. So it does help to be at home and to be able to get that rest in. And look, the changing of the bowling attack, they're quality players all the way through, aren't they? You'd be quite happy to see Murtagh or Toby Roland Jones' name on the team list, and with Bamber and Helm alongside. What a seam attack, and great conditions today.
That one holds its line up the slope, through to the gloves. So to come with the opening over. There's the old man. Poor old Murtagh. Old man Murtagh. He just can't avoid it now. Everybody calls him it, don't they? A legend for Middlesex for so long.
as soon as you take on a role that says player coach, I don't think you can have anything other than that put at you by the guys in the changing room. But look, he's been an amazing player for Middlesex and Ireland over the years, and someone that you want to look at the top of the mark and see running in with your shirt on.
Just a little bit of shape back into the left-hander Compton, who well, we've given him the build up there, and we're batting here at the ground where Dennis and his cousin Nick both played for Middlesex. He's really made a name for himself in the Kent side already. Good leave, good ball. Okay, and that's that line where Mercer's probing, especially to a left-hander. He's wonderful to watch against a left-hander here at Lords. For that loss, end of the opening over. You're watching the live stream from Middlesex at Lords. Myself, Kevin Hand and Danny Warren. And winning the toss, some debate. Get out there, boss the game early on. Bowl first. Middlesex have put Essex in. They've put Nottinghamshire in so far. And now they've put Kent in. They've been in a lot of trouble themselves at the top of the order. Haven't quite put an opposition under that same kind of pressure from the top, and Kent will be aware of that as well. Middlesex have played catch-up in every game so far, and it was with that generous declaration as it was by Nottinghamshire. Gave them the chance that first victory, but it's come back to bite them twice, so they'll need to, or they'll want to, it'll be on their minds to start well here, to try and get ahead in the game, and winning the toss and putting a side in. There's clearly one thought in mind there. Tom Helm back in the side. He's got 4 slips lined up behind Zach Crawley. He's right on the spot, and Crawley right on the money. The front foot. Solid defence, picks up the single into the vacant covers, but yeah, Helm would have been bitterly disappointed to miss out in that last round with Martin Anderson given the nod. But it is the modern day of cricket now, isn't it? Rest, rotation, and giving the chance to others.
Yeah, as I said earlier, it comes around quickly, doesn't it? And bowling for 4 days is hard work for anyone to do. So the quality they have, like you say, they haven't quite put it together at the beginning of an innings or a game yet, but it's surely only a matter of time. And yeah, with players like this in your team who are familiar with the conditions that Lords brings, it's unique with the slope that you have here, and how you bowl against different batters is something that you only learn over time.
Angles across, down the slope from Helm. Lots of talk about bowlers coming right arm around the wickets to left-handers early on. Helm right arm over, which is the preference of Middlesex bowlers. Roland Jones, Mercer. Similarly Helm here to begin with. But the modern stat, right arm around to a left-hander, picks up the wicket more often than right arm over.
I wonder if it is something to do with the slope here. You coming around, then you might be losing a little bit of the advantage that you'd be getting as a right armer going across the left-handed bat.
It'd be remiss of me early on not to mention, well done, win under the belt for Sunrise at the start of the season. We'll come back to it heavily in a little while after we've focused on this one, but as I say, it'd be remiss not to say well done, congratulations, first win under the season. I'm sure that's still feeling pretty good for you. You mentioned Middlesex's first win.
Yeah, thank you, and I suppose having watched these guys get out there and play 3 rounds, it was nice for us to get out on the park and finally start the season last weekend, and as successfully as it was brilliant.
Too high, excitement from behind the stumps. Yeah, Compton this season has a century to his name in the opening round against Northamptonshire, a victory for Kent, 25 and 114 unbeaten, 14 and 88 against Warwickshire at Birmingham, and then back at Canterbury for that high scoring draw against Kent, 46 in the only innings there. The only innings for Kent, that is, for Essex, who batted first. There were centuries for Brown and Westley, 39 for Cook in between. Big centuries as well. Brown 159, Westley 148. So pressure on that Kent top order when they came out to bat. But Compton with 46. Century stand, 162 put on for the first wicket in just 30 overs with Zach Crawley, who Registered 170 off 183 balls. So Middlesex will want to get in amongst them early here, putting in the opposition. That last ball of the over, 80 miles an hour there from Helm. So one to keep an eye on as well. Good to see the speed guns in place. That was all the talk in the Nottinghamshire match as well, that Ethan Bamber was recorded the quickest at 80 miles an hour in that game, although Broad really cranked it up in the second innings for Nottinghamshire, although it wasn't to be enough. So a win, a draw and a defeat so far for Kent. A win and 2 defeats for Middlesex. Pretty big game between 2 of the sides who are being positioned early season as those who will just have to make sure they're outside the bottom 2, shall we say.
Well, I think this league's pretty wide open, really, isn't it? There's a lot of teams that will look different when the summer gets going and the international teams. And as players start to get picked up and the international series start, you'll start to see some different 11s being put out on the park. So I think for me, there's every opportunity that teams such as Middlesex and Kent can be sort of in the mix to compete as the season goes on. I think as a Sunrisers region, we obviously cover Northampton, Essex, and get to know those guys quite well as well. And they've got some very promising lineups, both with bat and ball. So it'll be interesting to watch.
The shape on that again from Merter, but in position early, Crawley. Easing it away into the offside. Watchfully played. You can well imagine Crawley will be going hard at that soon enough. Mentioned the exploits of Ethan Bamber in the last game. And he'll be keen to get in amongst this attack early on. It'll be interesting to see where he goes, pavilion end or nursery. He was nursery opposite Roland Jones for the last game. That was good from Merter again. See that Crawley was particularly watchful of that one, watchful of that shape from Merter. Just a little bit of a way shape from him, keeping that bat face open, that bat face straight, pushing back to the bowler, not closing it towards the onside. Working out the pace of this pitch as well. Had 2 belters here already. This is the side of the square that Middlesex played Essex. And that victory for the visitors, first round of the season. The Nottinghamshire match was the top end of the square. On the spot again, Mercer. There's the lower end of the square, as you can see. The Nottinghamshire pitch is the really dark coloured one at the top of the square there, and the Essex one just 2 to the right there from what we're playing on at the moment for this round between Middlesex and Kent. So it's a very, very short boundary to the offside, which does certainly play its part in the number of runs that are scored in a game. So often, well, as soon as you clear that offside, it's a boundary straight away. Think about a couple here. A couple it'll be comfortably as Luke Holman retreats to collect. End of the over, and Helms continue at the pavilion end. Again, good start there from Merter. Middlesex giving it a bit of airtime, looking to test out what's out there overhead. It is a cloudy sky this morning, not an overcast one though, it's not leaden skies, and you look at that pitch there now. Actually, I think it's more noticeable from the angle that, or the height that we're sat at, Danny. It looks pretty straw coloured and yellowish. But from up here you can certainly see a bit of a greenish tinge.
Yeah, it does look something like you would want to have a bowl on it, but you never know with these pitches. Like I have to say, your hats has to come off to all the ground staff at the moment who are creating pitches that you can play this kind of cricket on. The weather that we've had has been a challenge for so many people, and the way that they can get pitches on that, yeah, the batters have as much of a chance as the bowlers at the moment is absolutely fantastic. So yeah, if we can just see a little bit of nip here from Middlesex this morning, that will help them massively.
Look at that go from Helm. Real pace and bounce there from Tom Helm. Taken up above the head by John Simpson, but that will really infuse the Middlesex bowling attack. In particular Helm, that's what he's in the side for. With no Roland Jones, he's the tall guy. Hits the deck that little bit harder, doesn't he?
Yeah, and that's the nip that we were just talking about, isn't it? And it will be something for Ben Compton to think about as he faces up, and just make sure that he knows that whether he comes forward or back, there's something in the pitch for him.
A little wider, more comfortable for Compton to leave that one alone. But yeah, it's the variation in attack that you need as well at this stage of the season, as you don't quite know early season what you're going to get from pitches. They've been brilliant here, and it was very good at Wantage Road indeed for the match. Another of Sunrisers' home grounds, of course. But yeah, the pitches have been excellent so far this season. Leg sides. Nick Holman at long leg doing the fielding. Single all to the total, which I think gives Crawley the strike first time to Helm. I think he's only operated to the left-hander so far. Shape down the slope, but right-handed, left-handed, it's just something of a challenge for bowlers, isn't it? They have to adjust that line early on. So these two will be keen, I'm sure. Ooh, what's he spotted? Towel? He was pointing to the waist after he made the little square towel. Too much moisture out there. It wasn't too much rain around yesterday. Threat of a shower later today. Beautiful. Right on the spot from Helm. Back down the slope to the right-hander. Oh, just over the top of middle and off. That's a cracking ball, and Crawley will be mightily relieved, a smile on his face, and rightly so. You need a little bit of luck at this time of season. You need a little bit of luck at any time as a batter, don't you? 8 without loss.
Yeah, and that's a great way to finish the over. Both Compton and Crawley have been reminded that there's a battle going on out there at the moment, and yeah, to see Helm running in from the pavilion end doing what he's done for years for Middlesex is brilliant in red ball cricket. It's a sight that the Middlesex and members of Middlesex love to see.
Quick single taken just straight to mid-off by Compton, which will give Mercer a look at the right-hander again. Yeah, sit out the last two, Tim Mercer. Slightly unlucky after that fourfer in the second innings against Essex, but there's a real competition for places in the bowling lineup this year. Giving a little bit of airtime again for Mercer and giving the opportunity for Crawley to lean into that one. Lovely shot by the right-hander, put away. And again down the slope, once it's past point, it's gone.
And that's the short boundary you talked about a minute ago, isn't it? And it's downhill, so you haven't got much margin for error to the right-hander down there. I think Mercer's bowled most of his deliveries so far to the left-hander, and now we've got a tiny bit of width on offer, and Crawley shows his quality and puts it away.
On the spot again from Mercer, and really good from the old fella, not afraid to put it up there once more, a little tighter to Crawley. He was looking for that shot again. It wasn't quite there for him on this occasion. Just going back to the selection, we mentioned that Kent have changed up the bowling as well. Middlesex without Shaheen Shah Afridi this season, but pretty much as you were in the bowling attack otherwise. But there's that competition for places, so there's so many that want to get in. Anderson got his chance in the last match. Bamba had to sit out the first game. Helm crying out to get back into this one, I understand from his performances off the field since being rotated for the last game.
And this is the time of year where everyone wants to play, isn't it? You've worked so hard over the winter to take your game to the next level, and you want to get out and show the coaches and the staff what you can do. So it's if every time you get a chance, they'll want to be taking it. Merter's missed out for 2 games, but he's going to want to really stamp his mark on this match and remind them that he wants to play as much as he coaches.
He's barely left the spot, has he, Mercer? He's gone for 11 off 2.5, but he's barely left the top of the off stump, just offering that one for the drive for Crawley. Compton getting that thick edge down to deep thirds, but this man's been behind pretty much everything that Mercer's served up so far, answered every challenge. There is that little bit of movement out there for him. Again, full and straight from Mercer, where he wants to be this morning. Asking Crawley to close the face or drive down the ground. Dangerous things to do early season. 13 without loss. That's the end of the 5th over. Middlesex winning the toss and putting Kent in. A little bit of a breeze this morning, Danny. Coming in from behind the pavilion. Will help Mercer's shape from the nursery end, as we've seen already.
It feels a slightly warmer one as well today. Walking in, it didn't feel like you had that nip in the air, though looking at the number of jumpers out there and seeing Max Holden on screen a second ago, I almost felt cold for him. So whether they benefit from that out there, I don't know. But yeah, the breeze will always assist at one end and perhaps not help as much at the other end.
Solid defence from Compton. Yeah, the breeze for the last game, the Nottinghamshire game, was a colder one for sure. This one, so we just saw the Middlesex flag fluttering above the pavilion. It's coming in from the south more and should be the warmer breeze. 12 degrees out there at the moment.
Yeah, the cloud cover that we've got here at Lord's today is probably part of the reason that we want to have a bowl early on.
Nice again from Helm. As I said, it's a really difficult one for Middlesex. They put 2 sides in, Essex and Nottinghamshire, and well, both have gone well in the first innings, and Middlesex have had to play catch-up. For 3 games they've played catch-up, and as such they never really have caught up, other than when Mullany and Nottinghamshire, with a heavily rain-affected game, declared, a sporting declaration, gave Middlesex a chance, and they've registered first win of the season. All of a sudden you pitch up here, having twice put a side in and it hasn't happened for you, and then you look at the overheads, you look at a little bit of a greenish tinge there, you see that cloud cover, it's filled in, and that's usually crucial at Lord's as well, isn't it? Although it's not leaden, as we said, overhead. When it's filled in over Lord's, it feels like it's its own little microclimate here. remember Angus Fraser talking about it over the years, particularly Jimmy Harris's 9 for. It wasn't leaden skies, but it was filled in overhead. It just felt as though something was happening in the air out there for him that day. And similarly here today, a little bit of grass early on. You'd think there's going to be something in it for you early. Oh, first time around the wicket, and he's got that to climb to the shoulder of Compton. What's the umpire signalled on it? He's signalling that it's run, so there was a bit of glove on it. I was wondering whether it was just shoulder. Yeah, with the bottom glove for a single for Compton. But some encouraging signs for that man so far in the pace and bounce.
Going back to the weather conditions, it's a tough call for anyone at the moment, isn't it? They seem to be promising. It might be getting a little bit drier and sunnier as the week goes on, and then all of a sudden we find a bit of rain coming in. So hopefully today is the day where we see the rain, and the rest of the week is going to be clearing up.
Full without loss, end of the 6th. But yeah, you go and put a side in then, you go with bat first, having put a side in twice previously, and of course that's the morning then you find yourself, well, we won't say 4 for 4 or 20 for 5, but that slightly would have hung over Middlesex, I'm sure, when they were considering what to do this morning. Again, cloudy overhead, little bit of a tinge of green just early on, which probably will burn through, but you'll fancy your best chance is early this morning to try and get in amongst them.
Yeah, look, I'm sure no decisions made about the concerns of previous matches and the way that the batting has gone, because you want to be as positive as you can. And given the conditions today, given it being day one, that we've had some rain over the last couple of days, and the knowledge that they have from playing at Lords as regularly as they do, that actually the positive decision is to have a go at Kent first with the ball and make sure that they get a chance to, I guess, bat last when the conditions are hopefully a little bit better later in the week. And yeah, it's the way the game is now. You make the positive choice, and that's, I'm sure, what they saw out there when they looked at the pitch.
First innings have gone well for Kent so far as well this summer. That first round, we put Northamptonshire in at Canterbury, bowled out Northants for 117. 4 for Quinn, 2 for Hogan, 1 for Everson, 3 for Stewart. So the attack they've gone with for this game. Then in return, having skittled Northants for 117, racked up 222 with 25 from that man, 91 from Crawley. Northants in that match registered that huge 333 with Rob Keogh getting 116 unbeaten. Middlesex played Northamptonshire in the next round. Very much for looking back on that second innings. 331 they racked up, leaving Kent 227 for 3 to win by 7 wickets. Now their 1 win of the season. Didn't go quite so well at Edgbaston. They put Warwickshire in, and the hosts racked up 453 for 4 declared, 128 from Yates, 165 unbeaten from Hayne. Kent in reply, this was the first innings that went wrong for them. Just the top score of 40 from Bell Drummond, as they were skittled for 158 and then 281 in their second innings. Warwickshire winning by an innings and 14 runs. But last up, replying under a lot of pressure against Essex, given what went before at Edgbaston. And they responded well. We mentioned Essex hitting 451 for 5 declared, 159 Brown and 148 Wesley, but that century at the top from Crawley settling things for Kent. 170 he made, so just the 97 overs, so pretty much a day's play for the Essex first innings, and thereafter only 78 overs for the Kent innings. And that was the game at Canterbury, but that will have settled things for Kent with the bats after their woes at Edgbaston. Single to end the over. Compton on to 8. Crawley has 7-15 without loss. But Middlesex will have seen that and they'll have fancied, look, there's a lot of top order runs there so far this season. That's got to be their strength at the moment. You know, good bowling attack, but the strength has to be with the bat. When you look at that Kent lineup of, well, that opening pair.
And Kent's season probably just about sums up how unpredictable and competitive this league has been so far. No team has really got away from anyone. If you have put a win on the board, someone's come along and served you one up the next game. So I think you'll always feel like you've got something that you can get out of the opposition at the moment. And Middlesex certainly would have felt get into the top order, like you say. That's been their strength. Get some of the middle order batters out into. You get the middle order back into the game, and then that would be a chance for them to get ahead of the 8 ball and hopefully dictate proceedings here at Lord's for the first time this year.
Short. Put away by Compton. He's into double figures. First convincing boundary. First one off the edge from Compton. That one, no doubt about it at all. Comfortably done. Almost wore that one, didn't he? Wore it on the glove. The previous over from Helm. Helm testing out. He's gone back over the wicket here, Helm. From around the wicket to back over where he began this morning against the left-hander. Still the 4 slips, but Helm clearly with his own mind of how he wants to go about this, or settling on his own mind about how he wants to go about it anyway. So a little bit of shape there on that one down the slope from Helm. Compton played it well. Thick inside edge, flies off the inside shoulder of the bat, that one. Great stop by Holman. Good tumbling effort, holds them to a couple. Let's have a look. Yeah, high up the inside edge. He was just searching for it slightly. You could see that bat face was starting to point to the sky, wasn't it?
When you do get that length where you're pushing forward, there was a little bit in it for him there, so if we can keep hitting that, hopefully a few more chances.
Loving the wee from you there, Danny. You'd have had to have been careful if this was Northamptonshire or Essex in opposition as head of Sunrisers Cricket.
Well, we've had a couple of Sunrisers derbies over the opening round, so I've had to remain tight-lipped depending on which ground I've walked into.
Yeah, it was Middlesex Essex here first, and then Northamptonshire against Middlesex, for which Joe Gardner was part of the commentary team for that. Calmly sat on the fence she was for that game. Leg slip in now for Crawley, so they've moved 4th slip to leg slip. Max Holder moving across. Edged. Now, hands on heads. I don't think that would have carried to a 4th slip. Higgins rolls to his left. Let's have a look. Higgins goes to where 4th slip had just been. Isn't it always the way? No, it was always 3rd slips and it didn't carry. 4th slip wouldn't have got across that far in front of him to take it. End of the over, 22 without loss.
Yeah, we started to get some excitement in at the end there, getting a length that the batsman was prodding away at. So even just moving the leg slip over gave Helm the chance to I guess probe that off stump a little bit more without worrying about what might happen if we strayed a bit too straight, and we caught the edge. So yeah, didn't quite carry. It's looked slow out there so far today, and that might just be a symptom of that. But there's definitely something in there for the bowlers.
Lovely shot. Crawley over the top of it. Long chase for Mark Stoneman, which he won't win. And Murtagh again, you can see that shape away from the right-hander once more through the air there. And rightly so, going on a full length to attack early on. Beautifully put away though by Compton. Sorry, by Crawley. Plenty for the skipper to think about there at slip. Stephen Eskenazi taking over from Roland Jones for the match. Murtagh was club captain last year, but Eskenazi no stranger to the captaincy. That's better from Murtagh. That's where he wants to leave it, just on that spot. But yeah, thoughts for Eskenazi taking on the captaincy in the absence of Roland Jones. I think he's always been seen as the long-term captaincy option for Middlesex, but focusing on his batting the last couple of years, really. He's taken up the white ball captaincy at times. Fantastic talker. Relays the game really well. Pre-match, mid-match, end of match. Really very, very good talker when it comes to the game of cricket. Very popular in the dressing room as well.
And he's a very popular guy around the club as well. Like he wants to be involved in things off the field. He understands the club and the role that players can play. So I think somebody like that at the helm of a team really starts to sort of permeate the culture that you want to have in a group of relatively young players out there.
Bowls him! Gets one to go back up the slope, Murtagh through the gate. Wily old stuff from Murtagh. Outstanding from him, shaping away, shaping away. That one nips back and does for Zach Crawley.
He's been searching for it, and it's finally come to finally hit that length, get one to nip for him. You can't ever keep Tim Murtagh out of the game. Top of middle and off, and he'll be very happy with that one.
That was the angle, wasn't it, from behind there? Just see that one come back up the slope, through the gate. Look at that, off the seam from Murtagh. Brilliant. From Middlesex's old warhorse. He's been nipping them away, nipping them away. He's drawn Crawley into a couple of drives and seen the ball hit back past him a couple of occasions. Top of middle for Tim Murtagh. Crawley has to go. Backs up to the skipper of the decision to bowl first. It's doing enough out there at both ends. Here comes Bell Drummond. So Crawley taking away, well, 91 and 170 so far this season. 3, 0, 12, and now 11 with it. So a couple of big ones in 6 innings so far. There's the captain sitting it out, the club captain, Toby Roland Jones on the right, in Salisbury, consultant coach on the left. Plenty to talk about, and you can see exactly what they're talking about there, how Murtagh's got that one to go back up the slope. I think he's just done it all for us with the pictures there, hasn't he?
I'm sure Tim will be telling everyone as well later how he got it. But no, that's perfect bowling on surface like this and at Lords, to use the slope to your advantage and get drawing forward, and it just nipped back between the gates. So there's certain wickets as a bowler that you like to see, aren't there? And one of those, you pulled one of the most in-form and top batters in the country forward, and they've turned around to see their middle stump dangling behind them.
This man's a danger man as well. He hasn't hit 50 yet this year. 27 and 32 against Northants, 40 and 3 and 23 against Essex. Oh, very nearly a first baller here against Middlesex. Murtagh gets that one to go down the slope, having just seen one come back up the slope through the gate. That's brilliant from Murtagh. Just the smallest amount to beat the outside edge there of Bell Drummond, who'd have been so well aware of what happened the ball before. You can't get too far across than that. You bring an LBW into play. Once Murder got last ball of the over. One that holds its line, and Bell Drummond patiently plays that well. Waiting on the crease, which is dangerous, of course, to Mercer. Maybe we wouldn't be saying the same if you hadn't have laid bat on it, but playing back to that one, he keeps Murder out. But the breakthrough for Middlesex with Mercer picking up Zach Crawley. Such a danger man. And a lovely way to do it as well. This was the angle, you just see it come back in through the gate. The top of middle. A great sight for Mercer, a great sight for Middlesex. This man's got runs so far as well, though. Kent will very much hope that Bell Drummond at the opposite ends will be able to settle in alongside Compton now. Pick up on, I mean, there's two ways of looking at Bell Drummond so far. He's got in every game. So from his own perspective, I'm sure he'll feel got those starts. One of them will go on. Compton's interesting though, isn't he? The season he had last year, racking up those runs. 29 years of age now, turned 29 in March, born in Durban. Grandson of Dennis, common cousin of Nick, as we mentioned. Beautiful from Helm. Down the slope it goes, and Compton follows it. He had no choice, really. Perhaps short enough that he could have left on length. Standing as ever by Simpson behind the stumps. 31 first-class games for Compton at 29, averaging 57 with the bat. But similarly, you look at the man with the ball in hand, only a 10 first-class games more than Compton. But he's been around forever. But that's cricket, isn't it? Injuries for Helm. A late bloomer in Compton.
Yeah, and it's great to see the name out there again. There must be a certain amount of pressure when you're growing up with that name behind you. But look, he's certainly living up to it at the moment. He's in good form. He's played watchfully so far. They will be well aware there's a ball out there with someone's name on at some point. Helm's steaming in. It looks like since that wicket he's had a little bit more behind him as he's running from the pavilion.
Sun's out for the first time. Helm looks as though he's ready to make hay, but another one that goes down the slope. Just about see a shadow or two out there now from the sun, which looks as though it's ready to go in behind the clouds again. A bit gloomier away behind the pavilion. That's all going well away from us, so nothing to worry about there. Cloud coming in from the direction where the sun currently sits, over the back of Old Father Time. Going after him with the short stuff, Helm. He's enjoying the pace and bounce he's getting in this surface, but Compton standing up to it. Yeah, I remember Nick Compton always talking to me, 29 for one into the over. Nick Compton always talked to me in his early career here at Middlesex about the pressure of the name Compton, and it was a pressure that was put on by the opponents. You're only here because you'd be granddads. You know, it's an easy one. Immediately trying to get into the mind of the player.
Yeah, and you pick up on anything, wouldn't you, when you're there, and obviously you have to try and put it out of your mind and get on with the game in hand. So yeah, I'm sure let the bat do the talking in most cases, and Nick did do that for a lot of his career.
Well, he did, through to the England side. There's some talk of that weight of runs that Ben Compton got last year. Could he go up and solve England's opening issues. Bazball's kind of put an end to that for now. They're doing pretty well at the top of the order.
In some ways, he was probably pleased that he wasn't, given the way that it's gone for a few openers at the top in the last few years. But yeah, look, I'm sure if he keeps playing this way, and look, there's been some really positive cricket played by a lot of teams and a lot of opening batters so far this year, that few people will be putting their hand up. I guess Crawley will be very relieved to have got the runs that he has recently going into the summer.
Into the stumps at the non-striker's end. We saw a stunning piece from umpire cam, which isn't in play for this one. You can see the umpire in the distance there. They're not wearing that little camera on their chest pocket for this one, but Roland Jones, as such, dropping a catch into the stumps at the non-striker's end in the last match off a drive from Duckett, which Slater had to go for. Unfortunate way to go, but it was a great shot from the umpire cam. That was up there again from Mercer. Controlled from Bell Drummond. Just let the bat come down on it, open the face a little.
It's another one that's flown away down the hill to the very short boundary out there.
He's just checked that shot nicely as well, hasn't he, Bell Drummond? Again, as you say, with a short boundary, he knows he doesn't have to go at it too hard. That was sweet, sweet timing. The danger is searching for it here against Mercer, isn't it? Played it late. Back under the eyes, ball under the eyes. Oh, good response from Mercer. Bit of bounce on that one as well.
Yeah, we've seen a couple in the last over from Helm with a bit more bounce, and I wonder if, as it's dried out ever so slightly out there with the sun coming, peeking its way through the clouds, if there's going to be a little bit more bounce in this, which will give the bowlers a bit more excitement as they run in.
Oh, goodness me. What more can he do? It's been a great start from Mercer against Bell Drummonds. That third ball of the over, end of the last over, been picked up Crawley, and a couple of good ones against Bell Drummond as well. And this over, he's really got on a piece of string again. Shows why Middlesex have given Mercer another year. Slow start against Essex, no doubt about that. He and Roland Jones both will admit that. Middlesex said that first morning they weren't quite at it when they put Essex in. No slow start from the old club captain for this one. 11 overs gone, 33 for 1.
Like, he's a great foil for someone like Helm coming in at the other end. You've got up to 15-mile-per-hour difference between them, both probing away, giving you absolutely nothing. A bit more bounce from one end, so it presents another challenge to the batters. And what he might have lost in pace over the years, his control has got better and better, and yeah, he'll always be a threat when he's got the ball in hand.
None for 13 from his 5 for Tom Helm with one maiden. Enter Ethan Bamber from the pavilion end. I was wondering how they'd change it up. Might not be the worst move in the world, which could well be what Eskenazi's got in mind, to send Helm to the nursery end to replace Mercer for a couple of overs, and he only had 5 to start up with at the pavilion. Just see how it goes at the nursery. It means Higgins will have to be patient and wait. But as he said, there's been enough pace and bounce out there this morning that it looks like a Tom Helm pitch, this. Likewise, this man, who can push it up towards 80 as well. A skiddier bowler, not as tall and hitting the deck as hard as Helm, but nonetheless really challenges that outside edge with seam movement as well. Around the wicket, straight away to the left-handed Compton. Northants match, he picked up 3 for 42 in the first innings, was the pick of the bowlers. Second innings 1 for 16 as Northants romped home really. Then 4 for 89 and 2 for 26 in the innings, 2 innings against Nottinghamshire. At absolutely the pick of the bowlers once more. I'm sure he'll bring that bowling average back down again. Just pushed up over 25 last year for Bamber. 135 first-class wickets for him now. But an astonishingly good average for a young bowler. 24, be 25 in December.
Yeah, Ethan's a really exciting player that has been mainstay of Middlesex's bowling attack for the last few years, and hopefully one that I'm sure many people are thinking will be the long-term replacement for the man who's been bowling at the other end when that career does come to an end. But look, Bamber's learnt from the best in many ways. He's a quality performer, has great control, but also just that ability to skid the ball on.
Use of the feet there from Compton to Bamber around the wicket, which will encourage Bamber as well, I'm sure, because that will suggest that Compton just feels like he has to respond slightly, only in the opening over from Bamber already. Didn't really see that from either of, or any of the batters on display so far, to Helm or Murtagh. Cover point in place to stop Compton just dropping an easy single and rotating the strike. That at the expense of a fourth slip though. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Helm does replace Murtagh at the nursery end. I think that would be a pretty smart move. Not immediately, but in an over or two's time. Just to see if he has a little bit more luck or settles onto a nicer rhythm at the nursery end, Helm. Into the 12th, 33 for 1. So Sunrisers with the Aegeus against the Vipers. First win of the season, and last time we played Vipers it went pretty well as well. It was a warm-up for them for finals day, wasn't it, last year, a victory at Radlett. But that was a big win to start the season. Tough place to go.
Yeah, it definitely was, and look, it's so pleasing to get an early win on the board after a few seasons where momentum can be your biggest problem when you don't start as quickly as you want to. We've had a great pre-season, which has helped, and with Andy Tennant coming in as head coach, I think our clarity around the plans that we want to play.
It's a nice spot for Murtagh. Good leave from Bell Drummond.
Yeah, and look, on Saturday the girls played exactly to the plan that they wanted to play to. They talked about it over the winter. We'd worked on it very, very hard, and yeah, they stuck to task absolutely brilliantly against a very strong Viper side. They had Danny White, they had Charlie Dean, they had Lauren Bell, they had Maya Boucher in their team, so they weren't missing many. But look, we know we've got a huge amount of talent in our squad who, yeah, having seen the way they performed the other day, have hopefully reminded people they're here to be serious.
He must feel what's he got to do to find that edge at the moment, Murtagh. It's another cracking delivery. Left the previous one, Bell Drummond. Couldn't leave that one. Too close to the off, just slipping away past the edge down the slope. Grace Scrivens leading the way at the top of the order again with runs for Sunrisers. Really big talent, big wins with England under 19s as well. Enjoyed having a chat with her on Middlesex's pre-season press day.
Yeah, this Saturday was a rare occasion where Grace was overshadowed by a couple of her teammates, with Jodie Grucock anchoring the innings. And look, she's a 18-year-old who signed first professional contract in February, and to see her stick to her task, to show her quality against that attack was fantastic. And look, Maddie Villiers, we've known for years how good a batter, how good a cricketer she is. To see her come back to life in a Sunrisers shirt was fantastic.
70 from 53 balls, top scorer in Villiers, after Scrivens opened up with 67. Grucock 69 at 3. Leading edge. That's what they've got to be so careful of. That's the challenge, particularly to somebody like Murtagh. But early in an innings, not letting that bat face close when it's a straight ball on the stumps like that, batters instinctively feel like they want to score runs. Not at the top though, and not against that man.
Yeah, a big part of our plan is to put those partnerships together. So yeah, Grace and Jodie at the beginning, putting I think 90 odd on between them. Maddie coming in and doing exactly the same with Jodie at the other end, and that gave a platform to some of the lower orders to come in. I think Eva Gray hit 25 or 14 or something at the back end, which really helped.
Edged, good stop in at gully. Nice moment for the commentator on Saturday as well when I was looking at that game and said Maqsood really, really good young spinner. One to watch out for. 5 for 30 she picked up in her 10.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent in there. She made a very late play for player of the match and took it in the online poll. But look, she's worked so hard at her game, having had her first professional opportunity this winter, that you forget how young her career is when she's played for Scotland for a number of years.
Into the 13th, 34 for 1. Villiers got it, I assume, with the runs and the 3 for.
No, you can't take it off a 5 for. That's a bowler's century, isn't it? So
I'm sorry, I thought you meant that she made a late play for it but didn't get it. That was what surprised me. She did get it with the 5 for.
But yeah, there was a certain panic within the internal graphics department as we had to quickly change around and work out how we could fit 4 on there instead of 3. But that just goes to show that you can't pull a victory like that off without everybody contributing and to a player. It's down to everyone, including those who weren't on the field, who've pushed each other over the winter to improve their game to get to where they are now. And look, we've got 2 home games this weekend, so it's a different pressure now. We want to back that up, and we want to show the fans here at Chelmsford on Saturday and Monday that we're able to compete week in, week out. There
was a great shot on the live stream on Saturday of a gentleman who was sat square onto the wicket, Middlesex top on, Sunrisers cap, as I always remember, with an earpiece in, so maybe he was watching here and one ear on the Sunrisers as well. But it was a great shot because every time it went to the side on camera, he was always right behind the batter on strike, with the colours of the 2 teams on, Middlesex and Sunrisers. Good start from Bamba up the slope, or down the slope, sorry, to Bell Drummond, keeping him alert. But it's great though, isn't it? The coverage, obviously the own in-house stream, the BBC commentary of it as well, down on that game, I believe, at the weekend. But there's just a really widespread awareness now of the women's game, which has grown massively.
And there was quite a lot of excitement ahead of the first game. As I say, watching the guys be out there and play for 3 weeks, knowing that our season was shortly getting up and running, you were really excited to get out there.
Mention for the South East Stars as well, won by 131 runs against Thunder.
It was only a matter of time before they came good. We played them a few times in pre-season, and they've got so much potential in that team. But it's hard to find a weak team, to be fair, in the competition now. You look around, we're playing Blaze, who have moved to Nottingham from Lightning, who are based in Loughborough over the winter, and they're packed with quality cricketers.
Yeah, the regional format at the moment is blessed with talent, isn't it? It's overspilling, which is great. So yeah, Blaze at Chelmsford this Saturday. 2 from 2.
That's the plan. And yeah, we played Blaze a couple of weeks ago in a pre-season game. There'll be some very different 11s out there, as you would expect, with trying to work out your plans and how you want to play. But yeah, we're really excited to bring the game back home to the fans here.
Now that comes back up the slope. It hits him outside the line of off. It's a moral victory for the bowler. I didn't ever think that finger was going to go up. We'll have a look. Could be wrong, but I thought it was a good way outside off. Yes. No doubt it was taken off stump, but good stride in from Bell Drummond and well outside of off. But excitement for the bowler, and excitement not just on the appeal, but that will put a lot into the mind of the batter, even though Bell Drummond has done extremely well there. getting outside the line of off, and it was highly unlikely. I'll say never, obviously umpire's call, but highly likely it was going to be not out, but Bamba will be very enthused by that, I'm sure. Angling that one back in again, and that was the call really, wasn't it? Is he going to get one that he tries to hold its line just outside of off, try and draw Bell Drummond into that line, especially here at Lord's, right arm over with the slope, just getting involved in one a little bit wider that you shouldn't, but the ball previous is in your minds, but instead he brings that one back in. One ball to come at the over, and again, what bluff does he go for? Bring it back in or try and get it to hold its line outside off? Yet to concede a run. 11 deliveries, Bamba. Just outside of off. And asking Bell Drummond, do you want to leave? Instead he gets a very big stride in and defends well. 2 maidens to start up from Ethan Bamba. Excellent from him, really asked questions of Bell Drummond. And Crawley hammering away, quite a full length there. With the toe end of the bat, he spotted something he didn't like, perhaps on a follow through. But these two settling down after the loss of Crawley, 34 for 1.
And you have your wish, Tom Helm coming on from the media centre end to have a go from the other slope direction, take over from Tim Murtagh.
Seemed to make sense to me for Eskenazi. I think a really good captaincy move that. Bowled well at the pavilion ends, but perhaps didn't settle on a line and a length. Maybe it was the right-handed, left-handed, but just try the other end for a couple of overs. He's had 5 already. This might only be 2 overs from Helm at the nursery end, but I think a really, really good move from Eskenazi. It delays Higgins' arrival into the attack, but worth the exploration here, just to say, look, take 2 overs. You might get 3 or 4 if it goes well, but take 2. Just see how it goes from the nursery end for you. Finds the edge, first ball, only 3 slips in place. Skipper Eskenazi has his hands over his face. Compton has 4 runs, he's into the 20s. Soft hands, angle bat, but patiently playing on the back foot, Compton, but that's there or thereabouts where Compton wants to, where Helm wants to be. Do they bring in a 4th slip? Just dropped too short on that one. Straightened up, went short. Compton onto it quickly. Only a slight adjustment from Helm. Compton wouldn't want to be double thinking the bowler in first-class cricket, but I'm sure he'd have been aware last ball was a little bit wider. He was able to run it a little edgily. Played it late, played it nicely. Helm tightens up. And as soon as he picked up on that length, Compton, he was onto it quickly. That is where Helm wants to be. 3rd ball of the over. On that spot, if he can leave it there, then the nursery end could be a lot of fun for Tom Helm here for a few overs. Bowled so well last year, Helm, at the start of the season. Unlucky to pick up a side injury, just when form and consistency was there for him. That's what Middlesex will be looking for from Helm in this game. And rotated him out for the last one. Can he get that rhythm together again, which, again, he was in the England squads. He's not in the England squad for no reason. But he was left out of the last game for Martin Anderson, again for no reason. Didn't have the wickets, didn't perhaps have the control, consistency at the start of the season that he would have liked, that Middlesex would have liked. He picked up 4 in the Essex game, 2 for 75 and 2 for 38. Then at Northampton, 1 for 50 and none for 34. That's why for the Nottinghamshire game Anderson was given a go. He apparently was bowling beautifully as well and batting beautifully, had to be given his chance. And Roland Jones's rotation definitely helped Helm's cause to be back in for this one. Right up there. Is it just pitching outside the line of leg? I think so. An early shake of the head from the umpire. We're not quite in line at this end for that one, but fancy that was just dropping outside the line of leg stump. Oh, well, actually. You had a quiet whisper on your initial instincts, which perhaps was different to mine, Danny.
Yeah, I like the look of that one to start with. It's difficult to tell with some of these angles, but that did look like it was pitching and straightening. But as you say, it was an early shake of the head from the umpire, and they decided which way they were going to go. So he's just got to keep it on that length. Like the last 4 balls of that over were exactly what he would have wanted. And you can tell, like, even after 15 overs, there's still plenty out there for the bowlers. Bamber comes back on and yet to concede a run, and like, he's working himself into hopefully picking up a wicket or 2 here.
My apologies, Danny and Tom Helm. My instinct was with the umpire. I was an early not out on that one, but the other end, the angle suggests that was pitching in line. Bamber angling in again. Thick inside part of the bat for Belldrummond to pick up a single. 43 for 1. How much will Compton make Middlesex pay? Big call that was, the LBW. He's on 26 from 53 already. Bamber's done well to get a hand to it. Saved a couple there. Saved the legs of Hellman Merter at mid-off and mid-on. Let's have a look again at that LBW. This is the angle where, from the other end, I thought pitching outside leg. Certainly not pitching outside leg, that's for sure. Yeah, not out the call though.
The only thing you can think is perhaps he felt that might be coming back too far down the slope and missing leg at the end of it. But yeah, good call.
Played that as it bounced a little bit more on him than expected. Compton taking off the bottom hands. Again, Bamber will enjoy that. Only run off him so far. Thick inside edge from Belldrummond's first ball of the over. So good look at the left-hander now, Compton. He's batting extremely well here in the face of an awful lot of questions from these Middlesex bowlers, and the 3 that he's faced so far as well, Compton, they all pose a very different question. The height, bounce and pace of Helm, Merter the consistency on that challenge, top of off stump, and Bamber, who sits somewhere in between Helm and Merter basically, doesn't he? He's got that bit of pace, seam movement, absolutely the consistency of Merter as well.
Been a really intriguing and tight first hour of this game, and you think if Middlesex add another 1 or 2 to that scoreboard, then they'll feel they're in the ascendancy in this first session. But yeah, there's been a bit in it for both. Like, you miss your line, you miss your length, and as you say, with the short boundary and seemingly a bit of bounce in the pitch, the batters can get something, and bowling wise, you hit the right areas, the ball's doing quite a bit.
Excellent again from Bamber. Very good from Compton as well. Huge credit to the batters. They are holding Middlesex at bay here. That one that Merter got to pick up Crawley was a beaut. Gone for 11 from 19 deliveries, but Compton and Belldrummond settling in. As you see, Belldrummond, he's faced the same number of deliveries as Crawley did. And Kents will be pretty happy with the first hour, 43 for 1, happy that it's been a very strong test. I don't think really that bowling lineup will look back on the first hour and think they've done much wrong again. On this one they've started well. Gone past the edge an awful lot, which will please them greatly. And one in particular, very big LBW shout, turned down. This man's had to use all of his power to get through Merter. Now a different challenge from the nursery end in Helm. So that's a little too wide first up. One thing still to come this summer for you, Danny, is Sunrisers at Lords in the double-header against Middlesex. Play Surrey in the evening. South East Stars in the day. It's going to be a wonderful day of cricket here at Lords. Oh, that's a good, again, that's an outstanding leave by Bell Drummond. Really good leave, some real movement for Helm. Judged by Bell Drummond. There's been a double header here before, but it was a double header of a men's game. Middlesex played twice in a day against Kent, and I believe Essex with the other team, if memory serves. But a double header of Sunrisers and Middlesex is certainly a first and a very welcome one.
Yeah, what we've got this year is a fixture calendar that has kind of allowed the men's T20 Blast and the women's Charlotte Edwards Cup T20 to overlap, and we've got quite a few double headers actually, but obviously the standout one for us is to be able to play here and to
25th of May.
25th of May, yeah, we'll be here giving it our all. We played here once last year, beginning of the season, in a game against MCC, and went well there. So we're 1 from 1 at Lords, and let's keep that going.
Bounce again for a Helm. Taken by the shoulder of the keeper Simpson. Well taken.
It was a fantastic opportunity for players in our programmes, in our structure, to get the opportunity to play at we've played at a number of the test match grounds, a number of the first class venues, and that's taking the game to the next level. But to have double headers, we played one at Northamptonshire last year. We were part of one at Old Trafford a couple of years before. It brings in more people just to see the quality that they have on display. We've seen how well it works with the 100, and it's obviously been a motivator for ECB to try and line things up in the calendar. But look, we know we can put on a show as a product, and we want people to come and watch it. And it would be a brilliant day. Obviously, yeah, to spend an afternoon and an evening here. Surrey and Middlesex T20 is the highlight of the annual calendar at Lords. So we want to play our part in a day there where we can entertain all the members and all the locals.
Brilliant from Helm to finish the over. That was the spot he needed. Bell Drummond survives. Just a little bit too wide perhaps throughout the over, but last ball, look at this. Pace bounce, that's the perfect delivery. And when Helm's at his very best, I know Jeff Arnold's here today watching, when Helm's at his best, he's got everything, hasn't he? He's got that pace, he's got that bounce, he gets natural movement. On any given pitch, Helm finds movement. So that's where his own frustration will be, that he hasn't yet broken into that England side. But deliveries like that, that's highest quality, that's international level.
He makes it look easy at times as well, doesn't he? His approach and his action. But look, he's a bit of time out in the middle, and he'll definitely be knocking on the door.
Yeah, I guess it's getting in the side and staying in the side for Middlesex, isn't it? Which he did last year, and then injury intervened. This year in the side the first 2 games, rotated out the third, which would have been a massive blow to him. He'd have not been happy, and he wouldn't be. He shouldn't be if you miss out. That last ball of the over, as it bought him another one. That was his second from the nursery end. He's none for 21 from 7. 5 at the pavilion, where Bamba's now replaced him. 2 at the nursery. Does Eskenazi give him 1 more at the nursery end with the way he finished that over? Desperate to displace this man, Compton. 11 centuries and 9 50s. Quite a conversion rate. Catching up Bell Drummond already in the century count. Bell Drummond with 15 first-class centuries to his name. Top edged, cry of catch. Lands safe. Holman coming around at long leg towards a deep backward square leg. Just jabbed at that one, Compton. Wasn't really in position to play it. A bit of extra bounce perhaps on him. He was just looking at a steer, so he didn't really go hard at it, but he ended up really in no man's land to play the shot.
He's been anchoring the innings so far, but at the same time, you don't get the feeling he's 100% in yet. There's enough beating the bat, there's enough full shots being played that Middlesex will be thinking, if we can nip him, he's held them together and we'll be well into this innings.
Short leg in now for Drummond, and that's that ball nipping back down the slope. We saw the first run that Bamber conceded, and you see Stoneman there with the helmet on, right behind Drummond's. That one run that he got, or that first run that Bamber conceded, was a thick inside edge across the front of the pads. But where he's plunging forward at the moment to Bamber, it's a very good move from, well, whether it's Eskenazi or Bamber that's moved the short leg into position. Edge gone! Eskenazi has the catch. That was a sharp one as well to his right shoulder. An excellent catch by Slip, who's gone in behind second. A smile on the face from Sam Robson. That went quickly high to the right. And Drummond departs. Bamber with a well-deserved wicket at the end of his fourth over. 44 for 2. And Drummond was really tested by Murtagh, by Bamber. And Bamber, the change bowler, gets the reward. But this was a good catch by Eskenazi. For Slip, he's gone a long way to his right there, hasn't he?
Yeah, he went hard at that, but look, Bamber has bowled absolutely brilliantly in this spell. He's tested them virtually every ball that he's sent down, and he's thoroughly deserved that. Ironically, it's probably one of his loosest deliveries, but he's picked up the wicket with it. So yeah, thoroughly deserved from Bamber, and backed up the rest of the bowling attack this morning. So 44 for 2 on the board. You're starting to feel quite pleased with your decision to put them in, because they've kept an end open throughout.
End of the over, 44 for 2. So Compton remains on 27, and here comes Jack Leaning. From Middlesex's perspective, that'll look about right on the scoreboard for them, 44 for 2. They'll feel they'd have bowled well enough to have earned 2 wickets this morning in the 18 overs so far. And big 45 minutes through to lunch now for Kent, who similarly, as you said, Compton's anchoring this. Drummond has persevered as best he could. That was a loose shot from Drummond, no two ways about it. As you say, he's gone hard at it. He's resisted well so far. He's been well tested by Middlesex on the off stump, and he's hung in there, and he'll be disappointed to fall to a loose shot like that on the first morning, because they're fighting hard against what is a good working over, I'd say, here from this Middlesex attack.
Yeah, his eyes probably lit up with what was the loosest delivery that's come out of Bamber's hands so far this morning. So yeah, you earn that opportunity, don't you, as a bowler? You work away, you beat the bat, you get no luck, and then when they do see an opportunity, your fielders are there to help you out.
That's good first up from Helm. It's probably will be his last over, as it's his 8th of the morning now. 5 from the pavilion and 3 from the nursery, but it depends how this over goes. If it's an outstanding over, then Eskenazi will say, have you got one more in? I'm sure Helm's answer will be yes. But that's an important first ball. He finished the last over well. Perhaps one too many leaves for Bell Drummond in the previous over. But against Compton as well, if he could find a way through in this over, it would be a huge moment early on the first day. Holds its line up the slope. Go back to that wicket in a minute, Danny, because there was a big conversation about the chance that was missed at the start of the Nottinghamshire match when Duckett edged in between the keeper and Slip. There was quite the debate as to whose catch it was, Slip's or the keeper's. Now halfway between the two of them, for me it's the keeper's catch. We'll have a look here. This is a debate as to Slip or seconds. If that goes through, which it didn't, brilliant catch by Eskenazi. If it does, he's got a fair way to his right there.
And being right-handed is his stronger side. Like I won't pretend to be an expert at standing in the slip cord, and I've done it a couple of times, but it's not my area of expertise. But it's his stronger side, and you would probably say he needed to go for that one.
Yeah, I think if it goes through, you look at both for sure. But it's just the contrast really with that talking point from the first match, because actually there were a few that came down. It came down 50-50 in the end. Alan Coleman was on the mic at the time and he said keeper's catch. But as more and more watch the replay, I'll say it was probably split 50-50, because it was a look back as one of the big moments in the match. Duckett goes on to hit 177, having offered a really good chance on naught between the keeper and Slip. So it was a huge moment. That's why it was such a big talking point. This one, like I say, not quite so clear, even though Slip had to move a fair way. Ooh. There's a real long hop there from Helm and signalled as a no ball. Umpire Milnes looking up to the scorer's box. He looks back at the crease as though his foot just trapped on delivery. Forced him to drag the ball down. Let's have a look again. Yeah, didn't quite come out as he wanted. That one, Helm. 2 more to the total. Angling back in around the wicket to the left-hander, well kept out by Compton. But yeah, just the final thought on that one. One of the reasons why it was called early as Simpson's catch, the Duckett one, was that Slip, you almost feel it's anything in your channel, that's what you're expected to take. You're not particularly expected to go a long way to either side. But certainly there was a big smile on the face of second Slip Sam Robson when Eskenazi took that one, because it would have been a question over both of them had that one flown through. A chance taken by Middlesex, end of the 19th. It means it's 2 down. 46 for 2. Now whether there'll be a change up after that over from Helm at the nursery end. Higgins given his go, we shall see, but Bamber to continue, and it will be leaning on strike for the first time. Nudge of gloves from Compton, who's been out there the whole time for an hour and 20 minutes now.
Yeah, Compton's working very hard for his runs at the moment. 27 off 68. He has held this Kent innings together this morning, but it's not been easy for any of the batters out there. It's a really good morning of red ball cricket.
His Leaning's first ball then, average of 34 in first class cricket. Started his career at Yorkshire, born in Bristol. .67 unbeaten in the second innings against Northamptonshire. Crucial innings that was. Only time he's gone past 50 this season. 26 in the first innings against Northants. 9, 1 and 8 since then. Right up there, first ball from Bamber, and well met by Leaning. It's a distinctive stance he has, very upright, that bat held so high above, and perfectly in line as well. upright nature that he has there, and distinctive stance, almost similar to another Compton at the crease. Nick Compton, certainly towards the end of his career, batted so square on, batting off stump. Use of the feet. Nicely in position to block that one. That's a lovely ball. Again on the move there, leaning, and credit the bowler. On the move the ball before, leaning to block well. On this one, Bamba's just hung it a little bit wider. Holds its line perfectly. And that will ask leaning just how much he wants to be on the move.
Yeah, it's funny you say he started his career at Yorkshire. There's a few other Yorkshire batters that are wearing the England badge at the moment that bat a bit like that. There's a bit of Benny, Johnny Bairstow in there, bit of Joe Root, high bats.
Now, big call, not out, doing too much. Down the slope is the umpire's call. Let's have another look. Not a bad shot. I think Helm had the best shot of the morning so far, still to Compton. High up the inside edge. Leaning gets off the mark. Checks the inside edge there, leaning, as you can see. What damage is done. Plenty of questions being asked by this man. A brilliant start. 1 for 3 off 4.5. They're outstanding figures. Danny, you're nearly done. Good luck Saturday. Here's one thing I'll say before you go. Well done this weekend just gone by. End of the over, 47 for 2. Yeah, Danny, thanks very much. So you got a Saturday, Monday this weekend?
Yeah, we do. So yeah, preparations are underway up at Chelmsford for both of those games. As I said earlier, Blaze are coming down for Saturday, and then we've got Northern Diamonds on Monday. So yeah, hoping to back up the first weekend's performance and again, yeah, execute the plan as we wish. But yeah, it's been an enjoyable morning watching some really intriguing cricket here, and I'm sure, as I say, that another wicket in that column will really make this morning. Middlesexers, they've worked really hard for what they've got, and it's been a fascinating watch. So
a long weekend in Chelmsford. What more could anybody want from life? You don't have to answer that.
Well, it's a bank holiday, so you've got to make the most of it, haven't you?
Good luck this weekend. Thanks so much, Danny Warren. Regional Director of Cricket for Sunrisers. Great to have Danny alongside us for what's been a pretty intriguing first morning so far. Here's the second change. Higgins coming on at the nursery end to replace Helm, who was given a go. Went well. He was unlucky with one big appeal in particular. Got a few to shape nicely past the edge, but Higgins with 35 minutes before lunch given his first go this morning. 3 slips in place. 47 for 2. Chance for Leaning to have a little look at that one from Higgins. Still loosening up with a smile on his face. Saw him this morning. He obviously had a fine finish to the game on Sunday in that 4-wicket victory for Middlesex. He's really played his part with the bat this year as the fourth seamer. Has equally gone nicely, has not let the side down once with the ball. Edged, gone! Third ball of the morning for Higgins, and as I say, he's had a great start with the bat. He's been Mr. Reliable with the ball and gets his reward early in this one. Leaning's gone for one. 47 for 3, and Kent's morning starts to become a little bit longer now. Beautiful line, beautiful length, and a very good catch from Robson, staying down low for that one. And Middlesex better behind the stumps this morning with their catching. Backing up what has been an excellent morning of bowling for the hosts here at Lord's. 47 for 3 it is. What a very good time to say good morning to Angus Fraser.
Yeah, nice to join you at this moment in time. And yeah, getting some rewards. Morning, everyone. Sort of missed the first half an hour. Sort of watched the next 40-45 minutes from the tavern stand, and the bowling's looked pretty good. Bit more pace and bounce in this pitch, isn't there? And I think sort of someone like Higgins, that'll help, because those maybe that edge wouldn't have carried in the previous two games where there's not been quite the same pace and bounce. But any little movement that Higgins can get, and he's a skillful bowler, you'll see the edges carried to the slips rather than bounce once or twice. So yeah, Middlesex getting a reward here for some good bowling. A good shout in the last over against Leaning, LBW, but having dismissed him 3 or 4 balls later, Middlesex won't be out there ruining a decision that could have gone their way, but probably if it was hitting anything, it was hitting leg stump. But anyway, some repair work for Kent to do here now, and Middlesex justifying their decision to ask Kent to bat.
Margate-born Jordan Cox, 22 years of age now. Awful lot of matches already. 35 first-class matches, average of 36. "32 minutes to lunch. 3 down already. Middlesex on top here at the moment. Goes to the in-swinger first ball. Shapes the next one away. He's a little short on runs so far this season, with 5, 17, 29 and 27 so far for Jordan Cox.
Just little things you pick up when you see opponents play, and you get used to them looking in a certain manner. So Kent normally have sweaters that are similar to Middlesex's, sort of with the 2 blue bands going round the waist and the V at the neck. So Higgins finishes an excellent first over for him there, wicket maiden. So a nice start to his day. Kent, they've got new clothes suppliers, and also the badge is normally in the middle, which should stay there. So yeah, you don't often see, I suppose, it's a new design. That England, I think, had sort of sweaters a bit like that at one stage, didn't they, with one of the clothing manufacturers, but change the design. And the fact that there's sort of no blue Kent markings on the sweaters this year. Boring subject, but just something that caught my eye. Sorry about that, listeners.
That can go in the book with the bit about the boots as well.
I can bore people for hours, as my wife will testify.
Now Bamber to Compton. These two, well, the standout performers for me for either side this morning. 1 for 3 from 5 from Bamber. Compton's the man standing in Middlesex's way of a really dominant morning. Imagine I'll have a couple more overs in him still, Bamber, from the pavilion ends, but Compton. He's fired that one big LBW appeal so far, but he's knuckled down hard. The edge has been beaten a lot this morning. Just saying, Gus, it looks the quickest of the pitches so far this season, which makes sense as the season progresses. Pitches quicken up. Fizzes back in to the inside edge of Compton's bat.
Ben Compton's done very well, hasn't he? I mean, sort of taken him a while to establish himself, to get a county really. He was obviously played in Middlesex for a period of time, played at Richmond, scored lots of runs in the Middlesex County Cricket League. I think he went to another county, didn't he, before he ended up at Kent. Yes, he's played a bit of cricket elsewhere, but Kent took the plunge and obviously had an outstanding season last year. Did he score 1,000 runs? I think he scored 1,000 runs, didn't he? First class runs. So he'll just establish himself. The challenge now is to continue that progress.
Oh, bowls him! Down the slope, Ethan Bamber. Goodness me, he hasn't left the spot this morning. 2 for 4 in his 6 overs. And Cox goes with a duck, and 48 for 4 now. It's trouble for Kent.
Yeah, how quickly a game can change. 30 for 1. I wouldn't say Kent were coasting, but Middlesex questioning the decision this morning. But all of a sudden, bang, 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 3 wickets. The game looks different, and that's the reward. As I think during the last match we were talking about, pavilion end is a line end. You get your lines right. The right-handed batsman, they're always going to feel the ball's going to come down the slope, as it did on that occasion. And whilst that error has cost him his off stump, there'll be other moments where a ball on that line will carry on straight and just sort of 6 inches outside off stump, and you push at a ball you could leave alone and nick it through to the slips. So they're the challenges at batting these end. And if you do get your line right as a bowler, and Ethan Bamber has got it exactly right this morning, you do nervously prod forward, prod and push, hoping that you're picking the right balls to play at and leaving the right balls. But Cox on this occasion has obviously not picked the right ball to leave.
Sam Billings out to bat. Another man who could do with some runs this year. 31 against Northants, 11 and 4 in the defeat at Warwickshire, and just 1 in that high-scoring game against Essex at Canterbury. High-scoring draw as it was, a game that never made it beyond the first innings, but both going big in the first dig. Be 32 in June, Sam Billings. Goodness me, it makes you feel old, doesn't it? 3 test matches, average 22, first class average of 32. Fabulous white ball player, not to be underestimated in first class cricket either, though.
He hasn't, but you look at the sort of the balance of the games of cricket he's played. So 85 first class games, 104 list A, 261 T20s. So you can tell where he's been spending most of his career, which is playing obviously in the leagues around the world.
Quite the job he needs to do here. Old-fashioned first-class innings required. 25 minutes to lunch, 4 down. Bamber is right on the spot again, goes past the edge. Pace and bounce, look at that smile, and rightly so. This is comfortably the best spell of bowling I've seen by a bowler this summer so far. Bamber has had it on the spot since the word go.
That's a beautiful delivery, isn't it? And again, as a batsman, where do you go? He's just watched his teammate pad up to a delivery that's knocked his off stump out of the ground, hit his off stump hard, nipped the ball down the slope on that one, has pitched on off stump, held its line, hence it's beaten the outside edge. So yeah, it's been a wonderful display of medium fast seam bowling by Bamber so far.
Good stride in from Billings. Bat and pad together, resolutely forward. Gets off the mark with a single into the vacant covers. They just brought in a 4th slip. 4 slips and a short leg Banbury was clocked the quickest in the Nottinghamshire match, although, as I say, I think Broad might have just cranked it up a little bit in that final match. I thought we were going to talk about that at some point, Gus, but we can't take our eyes off this one for the time being. 49 for 4, and, well, this is the last ball of his 6th over. I'd imagine he's got at least one more in him. The way he's bowling at the moment, it's going to be a difficult call for Eskenazi to replace him at some point before lunch. 3 slips and a short leg again for Compton. And just leg side on that one to end the over as the right-handed, left-handed knocks his line for pretty much the first time this morning. 50 for 4, brilliant from Banbury again. Cox bowled for a 4th ball duck, heaping the pressure on the visitors on the first morning.
Yep, excellent over there by Ethan Bamber, getting good reward. Kent bringing the 50 up. Speaking there about sort of the length of Bamber's spell, 6 overs he's bowled to date. Just look at the dismissal of Cox. Again, that's hit off stump pretty hard, hasn't it? So come down the slope quite considerably. Brian Higgins has enjoyed that. Well, they've all enjoyed it, haven't they? But it's got to be flexible. You can't, I mean, with a bowler, and it can't be too precious. I mean, it's a physically demanding job, and there may be some days when the force is with you that you do bowl. Oh, well, he's only got 6 overs in him, and 18 overs a day. There might be some days where you've got to bowl 24, 3 8-over spells and things like that, and that's what your fitness and your training is for, so that you can cope. And if you are the outstanding bowler, the ball's going to come back to you more often. And Middlesex have had a really nice 25 minutes here now. Can you keep Bamber going? If you could get another couple of wickets, Kent is suddenly 65 for 6 or something like that at lunch. It's a really strong position, so I'd be tempted to keep him going, even if. And you'd have thought that Ethan would want to carry on bowling. I mean, one more, captain, one more.
On the spot again from Higgins. That man, Tim Mercer, who's got the ball in hand at the moment, throwing it back into the gloves of Simpson. I don't know whether he's still warming down or whether he's warming up again, but he bowled really well as well this morning. He back into the side. He picked up 4 for in the second innings against Essex, but he started right on the spot this morning, Mercer, and was back to his very best, I thought, this morning. Really challenging. And again, that extra little bit of pace in the surface. You know, we talk disparagingly at times about Mercer, don't we? But yeah, that extra little bit of pace this morning would have helped him also. The ball that got rid of Crawley, nipping back up the slope, going through the gate, was masterful from Mercer. Just taken out 3rd slip, gone into mid-wickets for catching mid-wicket for Higgins.
Yeah, and with a short leg side boundary for the left-hander here down towards the tavern. So there's Middlesex 2 fielders there, sort of deep backward square leg and a fielder just in front of square. If I say deep, they're probably about 55 yards away from the bat. But putting the fielder at mid-wicket, maybe allowing Higgins to bowl straight, looking for LBWs. Seems to be getting a nice shape on the ball, doesn't he? Certainly the wickets of leaning as well. That would left him. Swung away from the right-hander and took the outside edge to Robson at slip. So again, looking to use that swing to challenge Ben Compton, looking for the LBWs.
Good from Higgins once more. Once come the over from Higgins, much like Bamber. Bamber went, I think it was his 3rd over by the time he eventually conceded a run. They really have been right on it. Helm bowled well from the pavilion end as well. Just a little challenge, it looked like, by the right-handed left-hander. I thought it was a really good move by Eskenazi to move Helm after 5 overs at the pavilion end. Just give him a go from the nursery where he almost found a reward. End of the 23rd, 50 for 4. Compton standing in Middlesex's way. It's one particularly big LBW appeal against Compton this morning. We can have a look at it again. That was the angle where you could see it pitched in line. My only doubt when we saw it from behind the bowler's arm was that it pitched outside leg.
Yeah, it's a good shout, isn't it? You could probably see, I was sort of mid-wicket when I saw that, and you thought that looks close, but there maybe are a couple of little things. Again, helm, tall man. There's a slight, did it pitch in line and height, wasn't it? So there's, you had those two things up, and you probably the benefit of the doubt with the batsman. But on another day, you've seen the given, that's for sure.
Yeah, my first instinct was pitched outside the line of leg, and then saw the replay from behind the bowler's arm, pitched outside the line of leg, but then you see it from behind the batter. Certainly the suggestion it was pitched in line. Leading edge from Billings. We'll get a couple here. Might have Holman at mid-off.
You were saying that Billings hasn't sort of scored a lot of runs so far this season. It's early days, limited innings, and obviously occasionally playing in bowler-friendly conditions. But I get the feeling that Billings will be the sort of player that's going to come in and try and upset Bamber, try and mess around at the crease, come down the pitch a little bit. Not, I wouldn't say slog him off his length, but certainly try and mess around with the sort of rhythm that Bamber's found himself in.
As it clipped away, let's have a look at where Billings is batting when we see this replay now. Whether he's changed it from the start of the innings.
It looks like, I mean, it might be his normal batting position. He's out of the crease there. You can see sort of 18 inches out of the crease, standing in front of his stumps. Whether that's his, I don't know, I haven't watched him bat this year, so I don't know whether normally but it's led to a change in the Middlesex approach in the way that Simpson's immediately come up to the stumps. But equally, the last ball, I think he sort of shimmied down the pitch a little bit further on the previous delivery, which was pushed through extra cover for a couple of runs. So again, just trying to put a bit of pressure on the bowler, which again is very much sort of the attitude you see from those players that have been in and around the England Test side.
Leg sides from Bamber, just down the slope it goes. Leg bye signalled.
Just watching it, I mean, it sounds quite a big statement, this, and I'm not sort of in any shape or form comparing him to the great man yet, and how he's bowling. But when Toby Ryan-Jones sort of broke into the Middlesex side, I sort of grabbed him when Middlesex were batting one day and sort of said, right, come on, got on the computer and said, well, this is the fellow you should look to bowl like. And it was Richard Hadley, and again, to me, one of the greatest bowlers that's ever been, a hero of mine when I was young. And you look at Bamber, and almost that's how he should try and model himself on in many ways. I mean, Hadley was quick enough to keep you honest when he was younger, but he became an unbelievably skillful line bowler. Again, anything on the pitch, just relentlessly challenging that off stump, that corridor uncertainty that sort of batsmen talk about. And in some ways you sort of think, can Bamber become that sort of bowler? You just boom, 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 nice rhythm, nice short run up, nothing wasted really, and just keep relentlessly sort of pounding away on that line, creating chances, waiting for batsmen to make mistakes. The most expensive over a Bamber spell there, conceding 7 runs off the bat, I think. Also 4 leg byes, so arguably Billings' industrious approach has had some rewards there, caused a couple of mistakes to be made.
I just went back to look at his first ball, certainly by the time he clipped that 4 through the onside Billings, he clearly moved further across, closing off the stumps completely to Bamber. First ball you could see the back foot was outside the line of off stump, but you could see enough of the stumps. By the time he'd clipped the one through the onside, so he's played with him not only coming out of his crease, which eventually brought Simpson up, but also across, back and forth across his crease early in the innings as well from Billings. We'll see how he lines up now against Higgins. With again Simpson standing up. And against Higgins, back foot there's on off stump, isn't it? Whereas against Bamber, whether it's Bamber or whether it's the slope, he's batting back foot outside of off.
Yeah, I suppose you look at Higgins is going to pitch balls closer to the stumps, isn't he? Bowling from this into a right-hander, so anything that pitches outside off stump, unless it nips back, it's going to carry on down the slope and away from the batter, so you can leave the ball quite comfortably. So, and again, staying slightly leg side of the ball, you know if the ball's pitching there, you give yourself a little bit more room to sort of get your arms at the ball. Whereas, I suppose for a right-hander facing Bamber who's bowling an immaculate line outside off stump, get outside off stump, so get your pads in the way, so you may be taking LBW because you're outside the line and bowled out the equation, and then working the ball to that sort of shorter boundary. But it's been good. I mean, it's been interesting to just see Billings again, looking at his career record. Played far more white ball cricket than red ball cricket in his career. But how his immediate sort of reaction is to come out and be industrious, isn't it? It's to try and sort of unsettle the bowler, try to sort of move around a bit so that sort of rhythm, that consistency is being challenged. Whereas at Ben Compton, it's a more sort of stoical approach, isn't it? Sort of to just sort of blunt the bowler and sort of trust the fact that things will get easier the longer that you are at the crease.
Optimistic from Higgins. 2 or 3 good shouts this morning, but probably got a couple of things against it, that one. Had a couple of things going for it as well, though, maybe.
Yeah, it's a reasonable shout. I think potentially pitched just outside leg, wouldn't it? Been close to leg stump where it pitched, but how long before we have Hawkeye in the streaming? But that's good running. Again, sort of looking to be busy, looking to get the strike rotating. Billings, he's almost taken a single there, the third slip.
Tom Helmet was coming around, putting him under pressure. He dropped the ball as he looked to shy. Had the briefest of chats with Higgins first thing this morning, and of course at that stage all the chat was still about what happened on Sunday evening here at Lord's. Well, 64 for 4 end of Higgins over.
No, the chat from you would have been what happened on Sunday evening. No, you'd have raised it because the players move on.
I'm trying to
think
think now.
It's you would be
Yeah, go on,
banging
put
on
me on the
about
spot.
Sunday
Yeah.
evening. The players would just say, well, we've got another game to play. That's gone. That's for history. You'll read about that in Wisden next March.
I'm trying to think, was it? I was trying to think what it was, because he surprised me. He kind of went down a different line with it, and I wasn't really thinking.
You'll be the one that raised it.
Go on, grill me. You got me on camera now. It's your turn. I've been grilling you all these years.
I'm shy. Can't think of anything to say.
If there's one thing you've been accused of over the years, Gus, it's not being shy. Yeah, so I might have just said to him something along the lines of recovered yet. Maybe that was what it was. Got it going on that. But I was more interested in the pitch today. Is there a bit of grass out there?
So again, it's a good field that Eskenazi set here. Sort of just aware of Billings and what he's trying to do. So Simpson goes back. I think everybody's a bit more comfortable when the keeper's standing back. Bowlers prefer it, although the batsman can come down the pitch, but taking a slip out, put him in at mid-wicket so that if Billings does look to come down the pitch and work the ball to leg, there is a fielder there, not just saving the runs but also potentially catching if you're hitting the wrong ball.
Yeah, I remember the coaches telling me this, that it's the players, win or lose, they move on very quickly, but actually it's the players, the coaches, the directors of cricket, the coaches and the directors of cricket, that actually it hangs over you a little bit more the couple of days, when it's a defeat in particular. But players, a defeat, they kind of pick themselves up and move on to the next game, and it holds with the management a little bit more. Oh, it's beautiful from Bamber going past the edge. We just saw second and third slip there alongside Eskenazi, the captain for this one. It was Robson at second and Higgins at third, who we just mentioned. They were the last two out there on Sunday evening. Which it was funny because I kind of walked away from it, and then the next day as well, so much of it, you were on mic with me at the end of that game, was about the lights, wasn't it? And will they get through? Will they get through for the light? Nottinghamshire came back with wickets. Incredible game of cricket.
No, it was a fantastic 3 hours of cricket that afternoon, wasn't it? A period of play that none of us expected for most of the day.
And Broad was trying everything. As I say, the pace was up from Broad at the end of that innings. He certainly cranked it up from the first innings, where, understandably, bowling it within himself, he's thinking about not only a Test summer but an Ashes summer. You see it from any of the players that drop down. They're not quite at full capacity in their speed in particular. But Broad in that second innings was certainly going after Middlesex. Cricket was the winner that day, as well as Middlesex.
Yeah, I think. I mean, you reflect on what took place, and I think everybody sort of well done for Notts for opening up. It could have been easy, but equally, I think Notts made that decision because they fancied. It wasn't sort of like their sort of philanthropy. It was they felt, hang on, if we get 2 or 3 wickets here with the first 6 or 7 overs, we can really put Middlesex under pressure, and they've not looked convincing with the bat so far this year. So we'll see at that mid-wicket for a single. But I think Middlesex's tactics, I don't think Notts really thought that Middlesex would come out and go for them, having had a indifferent start to the season with the bat. But Eskenazi striding out there, I think, really knocked them out their stride, and didn't get the field right. There were a lot of singles around. Stoneman was aggressive, and it was only sort of, I suppose, last 15 overs that Notts managed to get some control out of it, and a lot of that was Stuart Broad bowling short stuff with a packed leg side field to Middlesex's left-handers. One more wicket, that's what Middlesex will be thinking. It'd be nice to take one of these 2 with us to the dressing.
It took to the second hour this morning for Middlesex to find the second wicket. At that point, just past 40 on the board for 2 down. It felt a fair reflection of the first hour that we saw. Middlesex will feel that they bowled well enough in that first hour to have claimed 2. They've bowled really well in this second hour now as well. Pops out of the gloves of Simpson standing up. Tough job he's got this morning, early with still a very hard and new ball to get in seam movement. Higgins, as we've seen, with in-swingers getting a bit through the air as well. But yeah, I think from a Middlesex perspective, this is the best they've bowled so far this summer, which, for Kent then haven't been put in. You walk off 4 down on the first morning. Could have been better, but could have been a lot worse as well. So a big couple of minutes through to lunch for these two can see through. .48, 44 for 1. Then lost Bell Drummond, and all of a sudden 48 for 4. He's just done a good little job up to lunch now, Billings. Has helped the scoreboard tick, and on that occasion he has survived a big appeal. Bat pad just offering a little bit of noise perhaps as it goes down the slope from Higgins.
Well, I thought he'd nick that by the reaction of everybody behind the stumps, but Higgins' appeal was less. Probably has just clipped his pad, hasn't he, with his bat. But again, good carry there from Higgins through to Simpson, taking that ball at waist height. He's a hustler buster, isn't he, Higgins? He's all over you.
2 runs conceded as well in 3.5 overs.
It's one of those ones that sort of hit your pad a little bit harder than you think. I mean, you say mid-70s. Not a tall man, but a lot of balls are going to hit the stumps. Feel you've got to play the ball a lot. Constantly trying things. Busy, you feel he's after you, don't you? It's a real competitor. I mean, he's shown what a fine cricketer he's become already for Middlesex this season. And why he's done as well as he has done for the last 3 or 4, well, previous 4 or 5 years at Gloucestershire.
Nice shape on that one from Higgins again, as Billings was looking towards the onside. It's the single out to deep point. Max Holden, 66 for 4. There's that last ball of the over again. You can just see Billings opening up to the onside. Oh, this is the appeal that went past the edge. And yeah, just bat pads together. So there had been certainly that noise. Whether they felt they heard a second noise behind the stumps. You see the bat jamming into the back of the pad there for Billings.
But again, looking at Billings there, how far down that pitch, he's almost getting into the danger area with his stride, which a batsman can't do. Obviously 5 foot, is it 5 foot down, 5, 6 foot down the pitch. And should know me measurements being an umpire. But anyway, there's a rectangle that goes down the middle of the pitch that the bowlers and the batters are meant to keep off. But we're talking about Eskenazi and managing Bamber, and the fact that some days when the force is with you, you've got to keep going, and good on him for keeping Bamber going now.
Leading edge all along the floor.
I suppose the challenge will be then your 40-minute break. Do you come back with Bamber? That'd be a temptation, but I think then you've got to come back with your other bowlers and trust them to maintain the discipline and pressure that he's been able to put on this Kent batting lineup.
Billings has played Bamber the best. We talked about where he's batting off, even just outside of off stump. Trying to gate what Bamber's doing back down the slope to him. It's very much the mantra of the previous Compton that played here at Lord's, Nick. Get on that line of off stump, and anything inside the line of your eye, you know you've got to get bat on it. There was a lot of debate about batting on off stump, wasn't there, which went through to international level as well. gives you the chance to get a long way across to cover up that off stump. What it does do is bring LBW into play, but you just know, well, this was the theory of Compton, was anything inside the line of your eye, you know you've got to get bat on it.
And equally, you end up pushing at balls that you probably could leave alone. So I think with all the tactics and changes in technique that certainly batsmen think through, that they may cover some areas that they may feel they're slightly vulnerable in, but they maybe create others.
Brilliant from Stoneman. So 4 there. And that helps back up the pressure of Bamber. A shake of, he's so demanding of himself, isn't he? A shake of the head that he's gone too full and straight.
But even there's a slight sort of just shape back up the slope, wasn't there, in the air? I didn't see the wicket of Bell Drummond, but did that move away? I mean, it didn't really look settled, Bell Drummond, during his stay at the crease. But
no, he was digging in a long way. He threw the bat at it. Bell Drummond wide outside off stump. It was a rare loose stroke this morning from a Kent batter. Bowled well played again. He's got right in behind that one, Billings. A long way outside off, but solid. 66 for 4. And that is lunch on day 1 at Lord's. And Middlesex backing up the decision to bowl first this morning. It's been an outstanding bowling display. It started well with Helm on the left, Murtagh as well, but those two, Higgins and Bamber, there's been no let up at all. Higgins 1 for 3 from his 4, Bamber 2 for 14 from 9, and some runs just squirted away there at the end of the session. Really put the pressure on these two. Billings being equal to it, 12 from 30, hanging in there before lunch, but Compton the mainstay, 29 from 80, keeping Middlesex at bay. Just that one big LBW shout, but was it high? Did it pitch outside the line of leg? A couple of areas of doubt. He hasn't offered a chance, Compton, but Middlesex have been creating them all morning. Middlesex's morning for sure. They'll want to back it up with a couple of wickets just after lunch, though, just to make sure that these two don't get in and reverse what's been a very good morning. For me, probably the best session of bowling from the off by Middlesex this summer.
yeah, it sets up nicely, as you say, the first half an hour after lunch. Well, I'm sure that the coach will be highlighting the importance of that to the Middlesex players and the fact that need to back things up. But no, it has been a good morning. And again, it's been a fascinating morning. You look at the scoreboard and see, well, actually the run rate is only 2.36, and how can that be fascinating? But it has been an entertaining morning of cricket where, let's say, Middlesex have bowled well, and Kent certainly in 2 different styles. Compton get in there, dig in, blunt the attack, and then Billings coming out, and even though he's only got 12 or 30 balls, he's sort of manoeuvring around the crease, trying to knock Middlesex's bowlers off their length in little ways and shapes. So yeah, fantastic morning of cricket. Well done to Middlesex so far, and they'll be hoping to continue it in 40 minutes time.
I'm glad you pushed me back to Bell Drummond there before we depart, because that catch on 6, for me, just looking back on the first innings so far, this is the 3rd time this summer that Middlesex put a side in here at Lord's. Essex put in on 266, Nottinghamshire put in on 364, but crucially in that 177 from Duckett, and offered a chance on naught that flew between the keeper and slip. Bell Drummond, it was a really sharp catch by Eskenazi at slip. High up to his right, heading towards second. So that's a big moment in the morning. Huge credit to the stand-in skipper for this one with no Roland Jones. Thanks to Angus Fraser. Thank you to Danny Warren as well from the stream team. And myself, Kevin Ham, will be back just before the resumption of play here for the afternoon session on day 1, when the visitors Kent put in will resume on 66 for 4. Welcome back, everybody. Afternoon session about to get underway here at Lord's on the Middlesex live stream. Very good morning for the hosts. Winning the toss, electing to bowl. Just 1 wicket in the first hour, 3 in the second. 44 for 1 to 48 for 4. But Ben Compton on the right, Sam Billings on the left. Billings now on the right, Compton on the left. But those two have held things together for Kent. It has been a testing morning. Compton has batted brilliantly. Best spell that I've seen Middlesex put together. Certainly from the start of a game, from the start of an innings. Start of a first innings. They put in Essex and Nottinghamshire. Quite get it right at the start of either of those. For varying reasons. Again, had the Duckett catch have been held, and I suppose the bowlers would say, well, it could have been a different morning. But this man was good. Tim Murtagh, former club captain, a player coach now with the county. Played the first game against Essex. 4 for in the second innings. He got it going this morning, picking up Crawley, bowled for 11. Beautiful spell of bowling, and rich reward for Murtagh for his perseverance on a good length. Early season with a new ball in hand, just full of a length. Got driven a couple of times, but that the danger, which equally brought the reward of Crawley for 11. Off 21 from his 7, probably doesn't quite tell the story. But this is a big spell after lunch. It'll be interesting to see who they go with from the pavilion end, as Angus Fraser was saying before the interval. Ethan Bamber bowled brilliantly, 2 for 14 from 9. Helm bowled well as well. Straight away back onto that spot where he was all morning. Just looking to bring that back in towards the off stump of Compton. One big LBW shout, as Angus Fraser said, perhaps height, perhaps pitched outside leg. We won't know. We can't know fully. One angle suggested pitched outside leg. The other angle suggested it didn't. Then one angle suggested height was okay. The other angle didn't. So pretty good from the umps. His wicket feels pretty big for this Kent side just after lunch. Middlesex will very much be looking to back up the morning's session with the first half an hour after lunch. Set the tone. Very good from Murtagh, not out. Pitched on or around, did it pitch in line? This angle's the one that will give us the idea of line. Pitches in line. Is it just doing too much, angling across the left-hander? It looked as though it was the Murtagh ball. This is the angle T. It looked as though it was the Murtagh ball that keeps on. Ooh, I tell you, that's not a bad shout. If you fancy it pitched in line, then it had a chance. Similar to the early call, very similar indeed to the early call. LBW on Compton, which was not out as well. Was it pitching in line? There's a big question on both those deliveries. Pitch so far to the left as we look from the nursery end. Up to the pavilion as the bowling, where the bowling's coming from at the moment from Murtagh. But we're not quite in line from this end because the media centre doesn't travel that far across, basically. In fact, I tell a lie. Camera's in the edge-ridge. Can we get the camera at the other end to find out where our camera is? So far across that it can't be in the media centre, it's actually in the edge-ridge, so that's what's causing the little gap. There you go. Right at the top of the edge-ridge. Couldn't be any further across. Couldn't look any happier either. End of the over, 66 for 4. The answer is, ooh, perhaps slightly unexpected one from the pavilion end. It's going to be Ryan Higgins. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 3. Not because he hasn't bowled well. I mean, those are very, very good figures. And Higgins picked up Jack Leaning, caught Robson. Gone for 1. Low catch for Robson, but Higgins will switch up to the pavilion end, which is where I thought Ethan Bamber bowled very well, and perhaps this is as much about a deployment then. So Bamber will be given a break. Higgins will hardly set a bad notes for the start of the session, and I think it was Alan Coleman in his stint, the managing director of cricket at Middlesex, who was saying that Richard Johnson as a coach really likes the best bowlers to start the session and set the tone. Now Bamber was the pick of the bowling for me this morning, but I think it's about giving him a break. Higgins bowled all 4 before lunch from the nursery end, when Helm was switched from the pavilion end to replace Murtagh at the nursery. Bowled well from both. I just wonder now, has this given us the indication that, much as I fancy as well, Helm bowled his best from the nursery end. He'll be given the task of replacing Murtagh, whereas Bamber, after a break, will replace Higgins. At the top end, pigeons are still lunching here at Lord's. That's the Notts track that they're sat on, all the seeds growing the grass again from that one. Good track it was, good game. What a finish. Ooh, that comes darting back down the slope to Billings, but slightly shorter length from Higgins. Yeah, there they are, feasting at the far end of the square. Top end of the square, which is usually the pacier and the bouncer end, but this one seems to have a little bit more pace and bounce in it. Again, that's as much to do perhaps with the time of year that we're really getting into the season now. .67 for 4. Billings 13, Compton 29. On to strike. Either or for Middlesex on these two. On paper, it's a very good card at the moment for Kent. I'm told that they're not performing to the levels you would expect of their reputation. Compton certainly is. Just pitched outside the line of leg, I'd fancy. Just. What it was doing thereafter, I have to admit I was focusing on the line of leg on that. Two slips in a gully to the left-hander for Higgins. That's nicely eased away backward a point, and they will pick up a single, 68 for 4. So let's continue from the nursery and have a little look at the scores elsewhere, which we didn't have a chance to do this morning. It was a busy morning on the mic. And plenty of action out in the middle to be talking about. But we'll have a look and see what's happening elsewhere. Only 2 games going in Division 1 today. The other one being Warwickshire against Surrey. Good start from the visitors to Edgbaston. 1, they won the toss, and 2, they backed it up. Warwickshire 68 for 4, Yates and Davies falling early for Norton 17 to Roach. Worrell picking up Rhodes for 6 and Hayne gone for 10 to Laws. Division 2, Durham 101 for 3, entertaining Derbyshire. Durham winning the toss. A reasonable start, 63 for the first wicket, before Lees was caught. Aitchison for 45. It was bowled Aitchison, sorry, for 45. 63 for 1 it was. 89 for 3 by the time Borthwick was gone for 9 and Beddingham for 4. Chappell. Zach Chappell picking up those 2. Jones on 28 still there. And Robinson on 9. Rain delay at Bristol, where Gloucestershire won the toss, put Sussex in 47 for 1. With 16 overs gone, Haynes caught Hammond bowled Delanger for 3, all with 31 and Alsop with 11. And at Grace Road, Leicestershire were put in by Glamorgan, the visitors. 124 for 2. Patel caught Cook, bowled Van der Houten for 19. And a twofer in the morning for Van der Houten as he picked up Budinger as well for 28 bowled. Hill 36, Ackerman 33. And Leicestershire 124 for 2. Right up there and given a chance by Mercer again on that one. Compton easing back to mid-off. And watchfully done as well, which is what he's been doing all morning, Compton, and he has to, and he'll have to do it for a fair part of this afternoon as well. It's a strong quartet that Middlesex have got out for this. Missing the talismanic Roland Jones. But they have Mercer back in. What a bad man to come back in for the now club captain, former club captain. 68 for 4. Test match going on at the moment as well. And it was a good start for 2 former Middlesex boys. Andrew Balbirnie with 95 in at 3. And Paul Sterling in at 5 with 103. Kempf got 111 top scoring in what was 492 all out. Jayasuriya picking up 5 for 174. I'd have been pretty happy with that performance at Gaul. Sri Lanka 704 for 3 declared. Nishan Madushka with 205 opening up. He shared an opening stand of 228, which was broken in the 49th over. Extraordinary scoring rate. Karen Naratne with 115. Then in at 3, Kusal Mendes hit 245. That comes dipping back in. Was there bat involved? An immediate shake of the head, and yep, inside edge, signalled by Higgins. Ooh, just outside the line of off perhaps as well. But Higgins, He's just with a little indication, and his question was at an inside edge, but as I say, I think Billings have got outside the line of off there as well, to be fair. It's a leg slip in place. Higgins bowling to the Stuart Broad tactic. Nottinghamshire had a leg slip in place a lot, the bowling from the pavilion end when Broad was charging in, and a couple of the other bowlers as well. You can see Helm, who is that leg slip. Eskenazi, the skipper, at slip, and Robson at second. Everyone else on the single bar. The deep square just crept out a shot. Good again from Higgins. So centuries for all of the top four for Sri Lanka. It sounds like an Andrew Sampson moment. Angelo Matthews with an unbeaten 100 coming in at 4. In fact, nobody was out below 100 for Sri Lanka in that innings, which is extraordinary. 704 for 3. Dinesh Chandimal retired injured on 13, leaving Matthews not out on 100 and De Silva not out on 12. Chandimal, I remember when he was a young up-and-comer playing Middlesex in a friendly at Uxbridge, a tour match. End of the 32nd here, pick up a single through square leg. 69 for 4. Balbirnie at the crease again in the second innings for Ireland at stumps. On day 4, Ireland 54 for 2, trailing by 158. McCollum and Moore, the two openers for Ireland, both gone. Don't forget, you get your comments in on the live stream as well. The live chat box down the right hand side. Let us know where you tuned in today, where you're watching from. Morning to all that have been interacting already. Good from Murtagh. Billings drawn a long way into that one outside the off stump. Through the air. Dragged Billings away outside off. Typical Murtagh. Hasn't conceded a run since lunch either, Murtagh. This is third over after the interval. Clipped watchfully by Billings. Interesting the way the bat face came down on that one. At Murtagh's pace, it does give particularly top quality internationals like Billings. You just see he's taken that from almost outside of off stump. Ball shaping away from Murtagh, but keeping that bat face open. Full, straight and gone. He's played all around it, Billings. We just saw it the ball before. That bat face coming down, and this time he plays all around it. Murtagh has a second. Middlesex have a fifth. They fully backed up the decision to bowl first today. Much as that ball before. Watching him push on up respectfully to mid-on the previous delivery. This one goes a little bit fuller from Murtagh. Can't get that front pad out of the way, and as that bat face comes down, it's closing all the time, limiting the chance to get bat on it. Murtagh with the Yorker. Big wicket, big celebration. Big man in Middlesex cricket, Tim Murtagh. Billings gone for 14, 69 for 5 in the 33rd. Murtagh on for a wicket maiden, on for a third maiden since lunch. Setting the tempo for the session, that has been the talk. Middlesex have actually struggled to do it from the start of a match, start of the first innings this summer, but they've done it here. Murtagh, who resumed 1 for 21 with one maiden from 7. Dot ball in this, and it'll be 3 maidens. Everson, the new batter. Just 21 years of age, Joey Everson. 5-0-99 at Warwickshire. A 38 not out against Kent. On loan from Nottinghamshire. In swinger first up from Murtagh. Another dot ball, another maiden, a wicket maiden for Murtagh. A huge wicket as well. Sam Billings gone for 14. Right up there from Murtagh. No hesitation at all. Previous ball was telling for me. We looked at the replay of it as Billings respectfully kept the bat face open and pushed to mid-on. Then on the next ball, Murtagh just went that little bit fuller. See if it drew. See if it drew Billings into the clip. It did. It was a mistake early in the afternoon session for which Billings plays the price. Murtagh has the reward, Middlesex have the reward. 69 for 5, Higgins 1 for 6 from 6. No let up here from the hosts. 2 slips now, short mid wicket just put in place as well for Compton. First ball, Higgins gets to try to angle across and hold its line. Oh, goodness me. Higgins around the wicket to Compton. Well, he's enjoying himself. He always is. Always has a smile on his face out in the middle. Nearly had an even wider smile. I think a little bit of caudology on that one. Would have had to have done an awful lot to come Back up the slope from around the wicket to the left-hander. Steered away by Compton. Just watching Compton on this one. Yeah, a little shuffle by Compton just outside the off stump, where the Higgins then dragged it down shorter as a result. But Compton's batted very well so far. We've seen a little bit of that. I wonder whether Simpson will stand up again for Higgins as he did earlier. Everson's first ball from Higgins. It's getting it to come back up the slope. This will be a tough working out for Everson. Lincolnshire lad. Quite a batting lineup to join for Everson as well. Nottinghamshire here last up. Sent out on loan. Made his Notts debut in 2019. That's the in-swinger that was inevitably going to come next up from Higgins. To the right-hander. He's got one to come of the over. Which does he go back to? In-swinger or hold its line up the slope? But yeah, Everson. So 23 first-class innings, average of 28, 1 century and 2 50s. One of those being the 99 at Edgbaston. In the second innings, defeat as it was for Kent. $70 for 5. Yeah, Kent's batting lineup under a fair bit of pressure here. Some big names: Compton, Crawley, Belldrummond, Leaning, Cox, Billings. Let's get a little bit of way swing to left-hander again up the slope there. Compton a good position to play it. But the biggest name in terms of the history of the game, Compton, holding it all together at Lord's for Kent. This feels like a big duel between Mercer and Compton at the moment. Mercer hasn't conceded a run since the interval. Has the wicket of Billings. Compton gets through this. There's still Helm and Bamber to come, so it's no let-up, but Mercer certainly at the moment seems to be on top of his game with the ball on a piece of string. Good leave again by Compton. Just 70 miles an hour there for Mercer, but again, he's a man who's never relied on pace. It's always been about his skill and his consistency, his accuracy. He's going to come around the wicket here to Compton. Deep square set back and deep backward square leg as well for any clip to that short boundary on the leg side. That's well bowled by Mercer. His stock ball naturally brings it into the left-hander. He's calling up. He's calling up the deep square, deep mid-wicket indeed. Deep backward square leg remains in position. Two thoughts there. One, the single is available to drop into the onside, but equally right arm around, swinging it into the left-hander. He'll look for the left-hander to lift it to mid-wicket. Or just get it to hold its line outside off. Last ball of the 35th. There you go, there's the one that comes back down the slope from Murtagh. 70 for 5. And a fourth consecutive maiden from Murtagh after lunch. Now, how much that was laid out to him at the interval, get it tight. Get it tight after lunch, keep it up there. Or whether it's just Murtagh being at his mercurial bests for Middlesex. Either way, a challenge for those two. A lot of work to do in this first innings for Kent. You see the cloud cover still hanging over Lords. There is a threat of showers later this evening. Better forecasts tomorrow and on Saturday. See that run rate's dipped below 2 for the first time. You can well imagine this quartet will be very keen to keep it below that. Got Kent in a lot of trouble at the moment. The line up themselves, who've had some trouble with the bat, Middlesex, but winning it with the bat in that chase against Nottinghamshire. Some crucial runs in there. 50s for Milan and for Holden. They'll be very keen to get out there and put it right in this game against Kent from the off. The bowlers certainly have. Best spell of bowling as a unit, certainly with the start from the start of the game. The start of the first innings it has been. Helm's warming up at third slip. We'll keep Murtagh going. He's only had 4 after lunch. To see Helm in at third because Ryan Higgins is bowling. He'd usually be in there. Nice from Higgins, good leave from Everson. Starting wide enough to be comfortable that that one was slipping wide of the off stump. Let's have a look again where it starts and where it finishes. Fancy it swung a bit past once it passed the batsman. It is a good leave from Everson, but far enough, as you could see there, once it passed the off stump. Comfortable enough. Oh, that one was really hooping back towards the off. Couldn't leave that. Single taken. And Kent are 71 for 5. Higgins 1 for 8 from 8 overs now with 2 maidens. Makes pretty good reading. All the card there. 2 for 21 from 11. Murtagh yet to concede a run after lunch. Bamber has bowled beautifully. Higgins 2 overs, just 8 runs off 8 overs, 1 wicket. Sending a 4th slip here for Everson. The wily old Mercer looking to bring that outside edge into play. Tom Helm it is that settles down at 4th. Going down the leg sides. Typical Mercer, just looking to start it straight. Start it on the stumps, get the ball to straighten on the right-hander. Yeah, just slipping down. You can see what Mercer had in mind though. Close that bat face at your peril, much as Billings did. Just giving a little bit of width, giving the treatment. First runs that Mercer's conceded after lunch. First boundary for Everson. That'll feel good for the young man. Bat on ball. Mercer just started a little bit too straight on the ball before. It's pretty much perfectly the ball that he was looking for, but for a couple of inches. And the next one overcompensates, going a little bit wider, looking to bring those slips into play. That's where he wants to leave it. That's where it's been for the most part. 5th over after lunch for Mercer. You've seen Helm warming up and he's going through all his warm-ups as well. You can just see Helm, 4th slip, warming up the lower back. Whether it's first up pavilion end for Helm, I'm sure Eskenazi will have spoken to him about it. Richard Johnson at lunch, where did you feel better? Pavilion end or nursery end? Pyro Shaughnessy in the background there, signalling 2 more for the over. Standing in the game at Northamptonshire with umpire Long. There's Mr. Milnes alongside him for this. Short extra cover in place for Mercer for the last couple of balls of the over. Coming out from the slip cordon. Bat face kept open again from Everson. Ball right up there. Asking the questions from Mercer. So Helm from the nursery end it's probably going to be, because he's been going through such an array of warm-ups that if Higgins is continuing, then it'll be at the nursery end replacing Mercer. 5 good overs that he's had so far as he bought 1 more. Edge! No 3rd slip. Oh, Compton played a long way away at that one. Genuine edge. Drawn into it by Higgins. Swinging back up the slope. Playing a long way away from the body. Here it is from behind. You'll see just how far away from the body. Really reaching for it. Head snaps around. No third slip in place. Angling that one back in, Higgins. It's an early edge from Compton this morning off Murtagh that went away down to the deep third. Barely put a foot wrong, Compton, so far. Middlesex giving him a chance to. I think they may have just taken out third slip for this over as well. Helm's gone in at a short mid-wicket. Pretty sure he had 3 for the last over, Higgins. Still smiling. Third slip going back into position for Compton. Still 2 balls to come at the over. He's really put a foot wrong though, Compton, in this innings. We offer the same shot now. The third slips back in place, be drawn into it once more. Oh, there it was. That was what he doubled at previously. Sweater comes off from Helm, as you'll have seen in the background there. He's going to replace Murtagh. End of the 38th though, 79 for 1. Compton, that rare edge brought into play. Is that what he's showing? Having a little look at it. Looks like it's higher up on the bat than where that edge would have struck. Maybe not, it was quite high up as he pushed a long way outside off. 79 for 5 it is. And Tom Helm replaces Murtagh. 2 for 25 from 12. The spell after lunch, 1 for 4 from 5 with 4 maidens. Brilliant from Murtagh. Helm number 23 from 8. Bowled well this morning. Did look to me as though he bowled better from the nursery ends. Good from Helm. Well played by Everson, soft hands. Absolutely tall on the live chat once again. Don't forget to get your messages in. Let us know where you're tuned in. Morning to Chris Griffiths. Thanks to the or afternoon indeed now. Thanks for the kind words. Lovely from Helm. Shake of the head from Everson. Shake of the head that it's unplayable. pitching just outside the line of off. Every chance that Helm will get that to hold its line and the angle coming back in to challenge the off stump. Everson has to play at it. Seam movement. Bounce. As ever, decent pace from Helm again. That's where moving him to the nursery ends. I thought it was a good move this morning from Eskenazi. It was a little bit straighter. I mean, just beaten the edge, but that's where he wants to operate. LBW's in play there, and there's the channel for him. Just needs to keep the ball there. Into a wonderful groove at the start of last season, Tom Helm. England have clearly recognised that. Edgy, backward a point. They'll pick up 2. Thickish edge from Everson, angled along the floor. Interesting question from Ian McIntosh on the live chat. As a relatively new Middlesex member, I still haven't settled on a regular vantage point. And I'm just not completely sold on suiting up to sit in the pavilion. Where are the best spots? Overcompensation perhaps from Helm. Just goes 2 straight. That's beautiful timing by Everson. He's into double figures. Lovely clip through square leg to end the over. Just drifting leg side. Everson on to 11. End of the over, 85 for 5. Dominic Ford says top of the Edrich when the sun's out is great. And the Warner stand is boss too. Slightly wider chairs in the Warner stand. Yes, remember that when they were put in. It was a big talking point. Left of the pav, one with the stand to the left of Higgins orchestrating quite deliberately here. Helm at leg gully. You can see the long leg as well. Having a long old chat. So back down to the 2 slips for Compton. And a bouncer. Saw him top edge 1 this morning, Compton. Landed safe at deep backward square leg. Holman, who's down at long leg at the moment, was the man on the move. Put the leg gully in now, which is Helm in the bottom of this picture there. So 2 slips, a point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a deep square and a long leg out of shot, protecting the very big boundary up to the grandstand. Dug in again, this time over the wicket. Higgins. A ploy against Compton. Higgins not the sharpest of paces, but perhaps that's what they're hoping they can draw Compton into. Mistimed hook or pull. And there it was. Swatted at that, Compton. Wasn't really in position, was particularly late on it. Well, they've got a theory against him, clearly. Bustling medium pacer Higgins is going to persist with it as well, because they're taking out all the slips now. Bit of chin music for Compton. In fact, Eskenazi was just standing up to the stumps to check the line of the field. He goes back to slip now. So 2 short mid wickets there, as well as a deep square and a long leg and a leg gully. Oh, well. If they've settled on a theory, Middlesex, Compton allowing that one to hit him. Ouch. Looking uncomfortable against the short stuff. Well, Helm at the other end would be the man to have a go at him. So on to the legs, clipped away just a single out to deep backward square. Peter Milan, top scorer in the run chase against Nottinghamshire, doing the fielding. Haven't seen too much use of Milan in the deep so far today. But runs have been at a premium for Kent. 86 for 5. It's missed out there, looking to help it on its way down the slope. Everson ended the over, 86 for 5. So Compton will have strike against Helm, who is the quickest of the Middlesex bowlers. He'll be up into the 80s when he bends his back, as you'd imagine he will do now against Compton, having seen what Middlesex have deployed into that over. There'll be a red mark somewhere around that bicep. I'm sure that was where it hit him. Just allowed the ball to hit him up towards the shoulder. No forearm guard. Doesn't look as though there's a chest protector on either for Compton. Strapping on that right elbow, perhaps that's what's in their mind as well. A target for the Middlesex bowlers. Two slips and a gully. Goes full first up. Feels not particularly set for any chin music from Helm. That long leg around towards deep backward square legs, a short mid wicket and a shortish mid wicket in there, pretty orthodox. Looks like it's Robbie White by his gates. We'll see who he's on for in a moment. Mercer, I think. Looks as though he's gone off. Mid on, mid wicket, cover, backward points, and then those two slips in the gully. So White drops back at deep square, suggesting Helm might try some of the short stuff. Bangs one in short first up. That's ridden nicely by Compton. Featuring in and around those England squads for quite some time now, Tom Helm. This feels like a good opportunity for him. Middlesex on top here with the ball. Have that confidence as part of the bowling pack. Good line, good length. Good response from Everson in a good position, stroking back. You see that wind buffets in the hair of Helm there. He's running into that wind, which will help with his shape away to the right-handers, nipping it away on the slope. Swirling in and around from behind the pavilion. Behind the Allen and Warner as well, for those who know Lords well. There's an interesting lead from Everson. Didn't quite get the feet across on that one. Showed a lot of the stumps to Helm as he left it alone. Watch that front foot. Particularly go a long way. Placed on leg stump and left there as that ball shaped away. He's got quite an open front foot in that stance, Everson. That's in somewhere around middle and leg. Front foot almost pointing up towards a wide mid-off. Oh, wow. Looks as though it doesn't set up well for him to get across. Again, that front foot, slight movement, back leg comes around, starting with an open front foot on leg stump, which is where it pretty much doesn't move from. That'll certainly interest Helm and Middlesex. I'm sure they'll have seen Helm in particular, but he hasn't got forward to or hasn't got across to those last two deliveries. Comes back up the slope and Helm targeting that off stump. Good response from Everson. 87 for 5, 41 overs bowled. There's Robbie White on as the subfielder. Yet to make an appearance for the first team. Umpires coming together to have a chat. It's just got a little gloomy here. Floodlights haven't gone on yet. Maybe that's the chat. Do we need to put them on? And it looks as though umpire Milnes is radioing upstairs. I would imagine that is to say, floodlights on, please. So Shaughnessy, the non-striker's end. Umpire Milnes looking up towards the scorer's box. Not sure who's on the end of that radio to say turn the floodlights on, whether it's somebody in the scorer's box or in the cricket office here at Lord's. That's good from Higgins. Around the wickets, the left-hander. Getting that ball to try and straighten. Cricket office just at the bottom left of the Allen stand there, so below the two scoreboards on the lower tier. You've got the Middlesex room, which stretches out to the right, the longer of the two rooms, and then on the two windows on the left, the cricket office. Hello to Kate and everyone who may be tuned in there today. No sign of the floodlights going on just yet, so maybe that wasn't the message, but certainly a chat between the umpires and then a radio signal to somebody about something. You can just pick up over the top of the pavilion there the large set of flats just to the left of the north turret. Red lights on the cranes up above it. It's hooked around the corner to Stoneman, a smothered stop by the square leg. Higgins going back to the short stuff to Compton. But yeah, it's definitely got a little bit more gloomy here. Just looking away to my left, up at the top of the media centre. It doesn't look as though there's anything too heavy to trouble us with regards to the lights or the rain. The other thing Higgins will be doing here is keeping Compton on the back foot. 75, 76 miles an hour, just a little bit quicker than perhaps you'd think Higgins may be. As he pushes him back with this leg side field. Similarly, that might just fall into a trap on the front foot for Compton. Hook straight to Stoneman. There we go. That was the call from the umpires. Lights, camera, action. We've got the cameras. We've had the action, plenty of it, 5 wickets. We've got the lights now as well. And of course, Kent down at Canterbury, it's always the big theory when the floodlights come on, that ball skids through a little quicker. Next batter in is a man that Middlesex won't want too much reminding of. Grant Stewart. Dressing room door shut on the away balcony over there. A couple of figures to the left. I'd imagine the rest are all huddled up inside. That's a cold breeze out there today. So Grant Stewart padded up, ready to come in. Scored that century. His only first-class century against Middlesex in the pink ball day-night match at Canterbury. Good bounce on that again from Helm, but down the leg side, 82 miles an hour. But yeah, the theory being when the floodlights come on at Canterbury, it just skids through that little bit quicker. Hearing Rob Key talk about it, talking to Dave Fulton about it, former Kent captains. Very good from Helm. Everson looks as though he'll keep the bowlers interested. Doesn't quite get across that front foot. The body seems quite open as he looks to defend on the off stump. Compton's just come a long way down to have a chat with him. Doubt it'll be coaching technique at this stage. But certainly quite an open stance from Everson. Defends that well enough, but with the thick edge, angle bat, soft hands down towards that aforementioned cricket office there at the top in the Allen stand of the Middlesex room. It feels as though he's edged that nearly off the top of middle and off. Helm will certainly feel in play here. No need to try too much. He's sending back deep square. Is it a bluff? See Robbie White just disappearing out of shot there to the right. Is it Robbie White or is it the... No, it's Luke Holman in fact. He does go to the hip of Everson. They'll pick up a single. Just see the shadows of those two fielders joining together there, just taking effect now as the floodlights are fully on. Hopefully light doesn't play too big a part. Oh, lovely ball. Hold its line, angled across Compton. 92 for 5. Got to play at this Compton. Where that ball pitches. The slope, the ability of Helm. You can well imagine it angling back in towards the top of off. Could he have perhaps left it on length? Perhaps, but nonetheless, wonderful delivery. 92 for 5. Still to see Bamber from since lunch. Had an hour of the afternoon session, and here he is, right on cue. As you can see, the light's quite bad, so it was hard to see who was up at the far end. It was Ethan Bamber, replacing Higgins. 1 for 13 from 11. Great economy again from Higgins. Has set the tempo. So the best bowler of the day so far for me enters the attack an hour after lunch. Immediately onto the spot and immediately into the wickets. 3 for 14 from Bamber. Everson's gone for 16, 92 for 6. Bamber's bowling out of his skin today for Middlesex. Had to play at it. The slope playing its part again wide outside of the off stump. The right-hander drawn a little bit further across than he'd have liked to. Worried about the off stump. Worried about the ball coming back into him. That's a line you cannot leave alone at Lord's. Brilliant bowling from Bamber. Using the slope, using the conditions, using the knowledge. Everson. Other than getting right behind it, what more could he have done? Going further across to it. Difficult challenge for the young man. Bamba full reward, 3 for 14. Outstanding again. Here comes Grant Stewart. Walked out to bat against Middlesex under the floodlights many years ago. Slightly different situation. A pink ball day-night match and a century to his name rips through Middlesex. With the ball as well. Capable of some really big hitting. Stewart, but he's got a job to do here to support Compton, who's knuckled down well. Had his edge beaten on a few occasions, as you would on a day like this, a morning like this. He's hung in there. Hung in hard. For Kent, a little chat for Stewart, but a big challenge. So Ethan Bamba, 10th over, 3rd wicket. First ball of a new spell. And erringly onto the spot again. Big old step across from Stewart. Got himself in a spin. Then had to spin around to make sure that that ball wasn't hurtling back towards the stumps. Safe enough. We've all been there. Long way across that one, a little edgy along the floor to backward point, thick edge. All smiles for Middlesex, 92 for 6. Where would Kent be without that 37 of Compton right now? Pressure building, tension building out there. Overhead as well, floodlights on. Grey skies, it's the worst light of the day. I don't think we're in danger just yet. Plenty of danger for the Kent batters though. Not the conditions you want out there when you're 92 for 6. And Middlesex's spearhead Bamba is into the attack. Oh, Stewart down the track, up in the air, and it's going to be safe. Murtagh giving chase. Well, I'm not sure Middlesex will be too worried about that from Stewart. Off the mark with a couple skied over mid-on. Nobody knew where that was going at first. Scooped it. Wasn't to the pitch, right underneath it. Bat face on its way to facing the sky as it made connection with the ball. Deep square is going to drop back. There's a long leg as well. He'll be around towards mid-wicket, deep square. You just see settling there. Long legs pushed a little bit finer, just out of shot now. 3 slips. But persevering on that off stump, I'm sure, Ethan Bamba. Single out to the deep mid-wicket. Pretty straight line he took that from, Stewart. Again, Middlesex won't mind that too much. He's on to 3. Kenter, 95 for 6. Everson caught Simpson, bowled Bamba for 16. He has been at his irresistible best today, Ethan Bamba. Missed the first game of the season. Middlesex went with their most experienced 11 for that game against Essex. Bamber hasn't looked back. Into the side, and it'll be very difficult to leave him out this season now. Superb bowling from Middlesex's young man. Helm will be very keen to get in on this, and in this light as well, at this pace that Helm's been bowling. He's looked more towards a consistent spell today. Oh, that one slipped out from Helm. So it really skidded away down the leg side. 95 for 6. Strikes a midship. Stewart's looking uncomfortable out there at the moment. Helm should enjoy this. And a chuckle from the man who sits down next to me, Angus Fraser.
Afternoon, everyone. The reason why I chuckle is Stuart's been a pain in the backside to Middlesex on a few occasions. Sort of one of these blokes with a round bat that comes in, and full credit to him, has a swing and takes a few risks and can change a game for a period of time, can't he? But when he hits a few in the middle.
Good from Helm. They need to keep it on middle and off. Stewart, he's engaged out there at the moment. He's tetchy. Skied one already, which landed safe just behind mid-off. Mid-on. It's his third ball. 2 slips for Helm. Deep square and a long leg, so the short stuff will be in play here. Be a couple. Helm giving chase from deep square.
Yeah, a little bit straight. I think the danger is in these situations is you, as a bowler, you change your plans. And Middlesex plans has been discipline, hasn't it? It's been sort of line length, hitting a line of length, and you suddenly start going short and full and too straight. If the top order batsmen struggle with good length balls, that have odd one that's done a little bit, then trust that and believe that that's going to bring you the same sort of success against lower order players. So we're suddenly getting a bumper here, and 2 down the leg side, no ball, another 2 runs. Things just, I'm not saying they're getting under control, because Kent a 99 for 6 in the 45th over, but just don't want to give sides a little foot in the ladder, do you?
A little tickle on that bottom edge, maybe down the leg side. I can understand going a little bit straighter to, where you bowl just outside the off stump to Stewart. You kind of bring off stump and just play a little bit more. Going a little straighter, I can understand, but as you say, not going too far, not going too straight, or getting too carried away.
Well, it hasn't been a good over to date. I mean, he's bowled enough balls on a good length to taken a couple of wickets so far today, Tom, but this hasn't been a particularly good over. 3 or 4 down the leg side.
There we go. In the air for a moment. Only 2 slips in place. I think it would have cleared even a deep gully. A single take to the deep third. It's the 100 up for Kent, 100 for 6. 270 deliveries, 196 very difficult minutes for the visitors. They've lost the toss. But that Compton 37 really holding things together. I think you can probably get a feel of the brightness of that scoreboard out there for how the light has dimmed here. We're not far off a difficult position for the umpires. You can see foreshadows around some of the players, although it doesn't feel overhead as though it's too thick, the cloud cover. But they might be tested at some point, the umpires. Certainly the Kent batters are being tested.
Yeah, and I suppose, I mean, this is the moment, isn't it? But they pick the moment when the light they believe is at a level to take the players off, and that's what they've got to stick to for the rest of the game. So this time of the year, when there is quite a bit of cloud around, it's an important sort of gauge or mark point, whatever you want to call it, that they make. But it is quite dark out there now. We're obviously watching the Middlesex match. Clip that down to fine leg. Is that going to race away for 4? I think the fielder's going to cut it off. Luke Holman.
It's almost an inside edge off the top of off stump there.
2 more runs. But I wouldn't say we're far away. It's trying to sort of remember what the light was like on Sunday evening when Middlesex were obviously chasing down those runs against Nottinghamshire. It's not as bad as it was then when they could have come off actually without anybody moaning.
Oh, there's the heave-ho from Stewart. Second time he's tried to do it against Bamber. And that's what you fancy against Stewart. Leave it on or around off stump. But she said like you did to the top order. Whereas, so I could forgive a bowler going slightly straighter against Helm just to keep that off stump if he swings and misses. Boulder LBW in play. Up in the air, all the way for 6. Huge pickup into the onside. Well, Stewart leaving us in little doubt as to how he's going to approach this.
Yeah, it didn't look a great deal wrong with that delivery. It looks like the batter there stepped across his stumps. It's perfect length. But I think as a bowler, you just got to accept that. All right, if suddenly 3 or 4 are going in there in the stands like that, but that's a really good shot. The ball only has to stand up a little bit, move up the slope, and you're looking at a leading edge going straight in the air. It's a short leg side boundary, so yes, Stewart will be backing himself that if he gets half a bat on it, he may be able to clear it. But as a bowler, you've got to, well, trust that he's not going to continue to do that.
Angles that one back down the slope again, Bamber. Single more to the total. Stewart moves to 15. Well, we've seen Bamber straighten some buttes back up the slope today. As you say, if Stewart tries to do that against a ball that nips back up the slope. .109 for 6. And right now, if you're in this game, you want to be the bowling side at the moment. The lights, the match situation, the form that man is bowling in today. Changes around the wicket to the left-hander down the leg side though. And from that perspective, not wanting to overstate the obvious, but this is a moment to capitalise on for Middlesex, isn't it? When Stewart's starting to swing, it's not a moment you want to let slip, but stick to the basics, trust in the process. A process that's worked very well to this point for the hosts. That man's really stood in their way though. Ben Compton. Big open bat face of his again. Still coming down pretty much like a door, just a couple of edges today. Let's say there's nothing too heavy in the sky, it's filled in. It's part of the problem. It's never going to help the light. There's nothing particularly heavy.
The umpires are meeting, as we can see there on that covered surface. Steve O'Shaughnessy and Rob Bailey.
We're okay for now. 40 minutes away from tea. There are 18 overs, as it will be, but 40 minutes away from the scheduled tea break. Will we make it that far? The thread is for a couple of showers this evening. So in terms of the skyline breaking up, you wouldn't expect it would. So we are on a bit of a knife edge for the day. Couple of byes, which is harsh on Simpson. They've slipped out 2 in a row for Helm to start the over. Slipped out down the leg side. Spit of rain out there, apparently.
From a Middlesex perspective, we don't want to get it sloppy. I was critical of the previous over that Helm's bowled, and he's bowled 2 balls down the leg side in this over. Middlesex in this little period, if they could get Stewart out, they'd be come off a bad light or rain or whatever it might be. They'll be very happy with what they've done, but they'll also be aware that don't get Stewart now. You could have a little 10, 15, 20, however long this sort of it is before the umpires may deem that it's not right. Could see some runs, and then equally when they come back out, bowlers finding their way a little bit. Sometimes the batsman can capitalise on that, an aggressive batsman can capitalise on that immediately, and things get away from you before you know it.
Yeah, it feels like a passage where Middlesex will want to ram home an advantage here. Bad light. Spit of rain. Help the grip of the bowlers, of course, either, but you would certainly prefer be the bowlers right now than the batters. It's better. It's a little bit of shape on that one up the slope from Helm to the left-hander. If they could walk off with Compton now, Middlesex, certainly looking for that same ball again, just started a little bit too straight. Single 20 over, 113 for 6.
Umpires look like they're going to come together again.
Milnes looked as though he wasn't too keen, but O'Shaughnessy did. O'Shaughnessy on the left's in your shot there. Oh, Bailey, sorry, my apologies. Umpire Bailey. Yep, a nod of the head of the umpires. I think that's going to signal early tea, was pretty much what they were saying. 3 o'clock, there's a spit of rain. Are they going to take a light meter reading, though? I think the answer is yes, which would suggest this is going to be the light meter reading. They're taking them off for light rather than rain at this moment. So he's going to place that light meter. You can see that'll go down on the stumps in a moment. So bad light. They come off for.
Assume it's that. He's not on his mobile phone.
Tom Helm looking for his sunglasses. Well, Bailey places the light meter on. There's the reading, which is set for the match. Doesn't feel as dark as it did on the first day when they came off in the Nottinghamshire game. Now, every umpire is allowed to go by their reading, aren't they? They set it, and that's the. I mean, this is very similar to the first day against Nottinghamshire, isn't it? We came off and lost half a day then. But it was, I thought, particularly bad light on that first day against Nottinghamshire. It doesn't feel quite so bad now, which is a slight worry for the game, for today certainly, especially if there's a few showers around later. But if there's a bit of rain falling out there as well, then so be it. You come off with the rain. But if that's the light meter reading for the game, then a slight worry. The hover cover's going on straight away, so hover cover's on for that spit of rain. You'd imagine that's an early tee taken now here at Lord's. 113 for 6. Everson going for 16. Billings out LBW to Merton, playing around a full straight one. And Everson nicking off to Simpson off Bamber for 16. So a couple of wickets in the session for Middlesex. A couple of runs slapped for Stewart. Smart from Carl, the ground staff. The head groundsman. Happy, I'm sure, to protect his surface. As the umpires gave him the nod, said that'll do, early tee. Middlesex's day, a good toss to win. Brilliant bowling performance. They'll just be very keen when they resume, be it today after this early tee or whenever they get back on, to make sure that they don't let this, the best position they've had of the season, quite frankly, so far, make sure they don't let it slip.
Well, the second best.
Even with one run to win the other day, I'm sure.
Best was when they completed the 250th run.
249. 249 was the target, wasn't it?
49th run against Notts the other day. But yes, been a good morning. They bowled well. So just the last couple of overs there, a little bit of sloppy cricket. And do want to just, I mean, all right, you very rarely do you sort of skittle through a side without there being some sort of partnership somewhere, and nor should that take place, because they're professional sportsmen, batsmen, bowlers, and should be capable of mustering a counter-attack or whatever it might be to sort of suddenly try to get your side in a more competitive situation. But what's the score at lunchtime? 66, was it? 4-4. So 34, 47 runs have been added for the loss of 2 wickets. So Middlesex will be happy with that. But they just sort of a few little worrying signs there. Stewart there, 16 of 20 balls. He's a dangerous cricketer. Scored 100 against Middlesex, I think.
Pink ball game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We won't linger on that one.
So, no, that was a dreadful week, that was. But a bit more disconcerting is the fact the ground staff are getting more covers on. So does that mean that they believe the rain that you were talking about a few moments ago is either coming through early or it's due in the next half an hour or so?
Yeah, the forecast not looking great for what's coming in for the next little while, which let's hope, there's a strong old wind today, so let's hope that plays its part, blows it off course, the rain, because at the moment it looks as though it's heading this way to Lord's. So yeah, that is going to be certainly an early tee. The rain, as you can see, the cover's going on, which will be a real frustration for Middlesex after a very, very good start to the match. They've backed up the decision to bowl first fully today, with as comprehensive a bowling performance as I think they've put in, certainly as a unit, but the fact that Bamber has bowled as well as he has, it's been outstanding to watch. So 38 from Compton, 16 from Stewart. The fact that they're the 2 top scorers of the innings so far also adds to the fact that they're going to be a dangerous partnership for contrasting styles. But Bamber's 3 for 26, Murder 2 for 25. They've been outstanding, Middlesex. They really have. And you look at that economy of Higgins there, 11 overs, 1 for 13. He's been superb as well, and can perhaps feel a little unlucky that he hasn't taken 1 or 2 more with him, as Helm has had, as you said, Gus, a couple of really good wicket-taking deliveries today, which haven't returned reward. So we'll take a break here on the live stream. Thanks for your company. It's been an excellent day so far for the hosts. Kent will be hoping that a break in this passage of play, be it for a long tea break or perhaps even the day, if that forecast is to believe, will bring a change of fortunes tomorrow morning. As soon as the play resumes, though, we'll be back here with the live stream at Lord's. But for now, thanks for your company, as we'll take a break as well with Kent's 113 for 6.